Salutations, our legion of elves and reindeer. Welcome to Podcast the Storm, where socially awkward snowmen, crazy stocking stuffers, and all around naughty list members convene to talk and debate all things pop culture. With me, as always, is my co-host, the Jolly Holly Bookworm, aka the Authenticator, Dalton L. Mortimer.
Good evening and Merry post-Christmas, everyone.
And I am your host, Santa Claus Burglar, the Brainstorm Pop Culture. How's everyone doing tonight?
I am doing very well indeed. Christmas was very good.
Yeah, honestly, sorry, I'm setting up the next thing. Um, well, yeah. So I guess first off, let's start off with Christmas, which just happened literally yesterday. Uh,
Yes.
I will be completely honest. I feel free to disagree with me, Dalton, if you wish. Uh, this Christmas didn't really feel. It didn't feel as festive as I wanted to be. It was kind of like the same thing with
Yeah,
with October.
yeah, it took its sweet freaking time, yeah. But Christmas Eve, I finally started to get kind of in the spirit, and I was happy.
Yeah,
Although my entire household got COVID, which fucking hell.
I beat you by a year.
It is really annoying when you have no appetite for Christmas dinner because you fucking just generally have no appetite because COVID. But
Yeah, I know that's
but I'm feeling better now, so no one needs to worry. I'm not dying. It's just it was really annoying. It was fatigue and a headache and just generally constantly fucking sneezing more than anything.
yeah.
But I'm reasonably sure it was the Omicron variant. Go ahead.
Like I said, I got it last year. I'm fine now. Still have a cold, but that's just regular cold. Which I think
Yeah.
which I actually think I'm getting better from. To be honest, I just have like a cough, which I think is mostly me just trying to it's just residual phlegm. Yeah.
Mhm.
Um. It, yeah, I had a good Christmas too. Had some good dinner. We got mac and cheese with bacon in it,
Ah.
which is good. A lot of mashed potatoes. And for those who don't know, I like mashed potatoes. But here's the thing with my family: I every time we get mashed potatoes, I barely every other time I barely get any of it. Yeah. Um. We got ham, Christmas ham. We didn't make a
We
lot.
had prime rib.
That is a redneck Christmas right there.
I I mentioned to my mom about your constant redneck jokes, and she laughed.
Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong, but
Right.
just so you're aware, my mom laughed when I mentioned that to her.
Um, yeah. In terms of gifts, well, to be fair, and then I don't know why I don't think this is sad, and because I'm not, because he's a, you know what? Don't care if I'm gonna be someone offensive here. He is a material greedy bitch. No offense.
I just like things that are special to be special, God damn it. Is that so wrong?
Yeah, well, I'm practical. Like, most of the things I got, like, well, the only thing I really like, kind of splurged on was like for comics, obviously. Got some good ones. To be fair, ironically, they're somewhat all Batman related, kind of.
I got some nice comic book omnibuses too, and mine were Edward Grey Witchfinder from Mike Mignola, which is in the Hellboy universe, and Hellboy BPRD 1952 to 1955, which is of course set during those years. And
Yeah,
both of those omnibuses were amazing in quality. And also, I finally bit the bullet and asked for the Trick or Treat omnibus, and I got it.
mm.
And Sandman Dream Hunters. That was the other. That was the other comic that I got.
Right. I need to get the other volumes of Dream, or Sandman.
Yes, yes, you do.
I've been busy. The comics I got, and again, so far they're good. Mainly, I've only read one because I've been busy with other stuff. Um,
Hmm.
like I said, they're all kind of Batman related, and by that I mean that like some of them are like takes on Batman, like Batman like characters, but not Batman per se, which is
Mm.
interesting. And I also got the first two issues of Batman the Imposter, which is like a prequel comic series to the Batman movie that will be coming out next year or this upcoming year. Uh,
Hmm.
looking forward to reading those. I've heard good things about. And what's fun is, and I think I mentioned this before, is like they're it's written by the guy who wrote the movie, so that's really cool, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's neat.
Because you don't get that. Like you get some celebrities who write comic books, which I've heard most of celebrities
Hmm.
are actually like really good writers for comic books, apparently, which is
Which makes me wonder, why don't we just hire them on as the writers and kick out most of the like art school educated ones, please?
well, they're celebrities, so
Yeah, I know they're busy, but it honestly work, and it's honestly like you only need to do one issue per month, so or bi-monthly or whatever, so it wouldn't be that hard to arrange. And I'm sure there are celebrities who would be willing to do it, because it strikes me that most of the celebrities who write for comics also really, really love comics,
oh
which is
yeah.
another reason why they're mostly good. And
There's a video by Comic Drake who did a list of celebrities who wrote comic books. Some of them were actually
mhm,
WWE stars, which is surprising to me. Kind of
mm.
not like super surprising when you really think about it, but like when you first hear it, it is kind of it is kind of surprising. But yeah. So got that.
Yeah,
Um,
go ahead.
no, I just was trying to think of something here. Yeah, I didn't. And like another thing I got was a bed that I got today because we did it on Christmas Eve.
Uh-huh.
Horrible, horrible mistake.
Which he desperately needed because he's been having insomnia for a year.
Uh, that's actually just more so poor sleep schedule, not really the bed itself. Well, okay,
Well, but the bed probably wasn't helping.
yeah, true. Mixture of the bed, poor sleep schedule, which I've kind of ironed out now. Sleep schedule part, at least.
Yay.
Yeah, just got the bed today. Changed that out. It's nice so far. Little tall. Won't lie. But overall, yeah, fine. It's a good bed. Yeah, like I said, Dawn finds it really sad that, and I told him my Christmas list was really just comics, a bed, uh, boots, and something else. At my Christmas list, I remember, but
Yeah, his like I understand the kind of down to earth lack of materialism thing, but at the same time, as somebody who definitely does prize like the spirit of the season and everything, Christmas gifts should be more special than the shit you'd normally buy for yourself on any given other day.
okay.
So
Also, think I don't want to play in. It's gonna sound real SJW, and also, well, just SJW. I'm not gonna lie. It's gonna sound like it, but I'll explain it a bit.
go on.
I don't want to. I don't really want to help the commercialism of Christmas.
Oh, hush. What you call commercialism, other people just call enjoyment.
Let's be
Like,
fair.
how dare you indulge in things that actually make people happy? It's a really, really, really shit argument. Like, this is the thing that always really pisses me off about this cynical. Oh, it's just an invention of the greeting card industry and Coca-Cola argument. Like, no, bitch. The reason why companies and everything got into the Christmas business was, yes, partially at least to make a profit, but also because there was a market that needed to be served because people wanted nice things.
Well, again,
And I, for one,
I will.
am not going to be ashamed for wanting nice things or for other people wanting nice things.
I probably shouldn't have brought up that
Anyway,
point, to be fair.
no, it's fine. It every hipstery sort of intellectual prick under the sun goes, oh, it's all fake because more commercialism and my greeting card industry and crap. And it's like, do you not think maybe they were
Okay, go.
filling a necessary niche in the market? You prick. Sorry, I'm not blaming you. I'm just it's. I've had this argument with so many hipsters.
I get it. It's just
Uh,
I feel like you were gonna go on a like 2 hour tangent if I didn't stop you.
yeah.
Am I
You are probably not wrong. I love as everyone who, especially anyone who knows this show knows, I love Christmas for what it is, which and no offense intended to any of our listeners or our viewers or whatever, but when I say I love Christmas for what it really is, I mean before Christmas was even called Christmas, as in before Christ was even born or was a thing, we had festivals of plenty and gratitude for the bounty of nature and the cycles of the seasons and all this stuff, and it's a human universal. So I don't feel guilty for feasting and gift giving at the holidays because
hold
that's
on.
always what they've been for.
Yeah,
So you know.
that's not what I meant by the commercialism. It's just more so the overabundance of like you gotta get
So,
on.
some people are greedy. I'm not gonna lie and say there are no Ebenezer Scrooges out there. But at the same time, if there's a time for indulgence, it's at Christmas time.
Well, I
I
will
mean, the
completely.
Romans understood this. That's why we had Saturnalia. The Celts understood it. That's why we had solstice. The Germans and Norse understood it. That's why we had Yule. So
Um,
I guess I'm just protective of the honest to goodness roots of the spirit, and I don't think
um,
that the
um,
commercialism necessarily interferes with it, although it can. And
right.
those people are idiots. Sorry. Go on.
And also, to be fair, there wasn't really anything that came out that caught my eye that made me
Mhm.
want to ask for it for Christmas.
Right.
There were no video games, nothing really, no movie. Well,
Yeah.
one movie, I guess, but I personally don't really care to watch it. I'm more just going out of
Yeah.
like hang out with my uncle. So
Yeah. Because you and Martin always do that, which is fair enough. But yeah, generally speaking, it's the job of the gift giver to be clever when the person doesn't really want anything, to find things that they would want but they wouldn't know they wanted,
Oh, so
for lack of a better
indirectly.
phrase.
Okay, so indirectly stroking your ego now. That's a new path for you.
I I am glad you caught it, but yes, it does my heart good to think I might have found a chink in your armor somewhere here.
Okay, so for a little behind the scenes stuff, Dalton has recently purchased something online and has sent it to me for a Christmas present. I don't know what it is because
Yes,
that would ruin the surprise. So yeah,
yeah.
apparently I'm going to get it.
All I told him is that it's an art piece, and that's basically it. Um, and I am smirking up a storm at the moment because I think I cracked the code. I think I know exactly where to hit his buttons. So
Is it a Superman piece?
we hmm?
Is it a Superman art piece?
I
See, the long silence kind of already is damning evidence.
Yes and no is the answer to that question.
Okay, I'm
There
not
is an element that is Supermanish, but
like I'm not gonna really ask any questions. Just like it's just what you were saying. It just made me automatically think. He knows me. He knows.
yeah, I I think I cracked it is all I'm gonna say. And you're in the right ballpark, but you're not quite there yet. So
I think I can at least guess it's a
I,
comic piece.
and again,
Yes and no. Yeah.
not exactly.
All right.
It's
I'm not gonna get.
when you get it, you will probably smack yourself on the forehead for not guessing it, but
Yeah.
you're 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 in the right ballpark, but not quite there yet.
All right, and
So
also for the record, folks, I'm also like the way he just keeps saying it. I kind of just want to have a blank expression when I send him like a video of me reacting to it. Just,
you son of a bitch.
hey, you keep saying this, and I just want to do it
Although
just to press your.
although in my defense, I think I have something that I don't think you could respond that way to. I think you'll intend to, and then and then you'll see it, and then the giddy kid on Christmas morning syndrome will kick in,
All right.
and then you'll finally understand what I mean about Christmas needing to be special. And just for the record, no, I didn't spend a stupidly inordinate amount on this. It ended up being about $40,
Yeah,
which
you're right.
was like 53 with the shipping, but I didn't mind.
Yeah, like I was actually worried about that, like when you first brought it up, just because like I didn't want him to spend.
No, yeah. The initial thing that I found from that seller was $35. And then I asked them about customization because I while I'm sure he would have been happy with the baseline product, I wanted to take it that one step further because I'm me, and it ended up being $40, which again with shipping was like 53. But I don't really the shipping honestly is kind of whatever. Like of course things need to be shipped, but no, I didn't spend a stupid amount on it, but it is something that I think will probably get the inner kid on Christmas morning going.
Uh, um,
And if not, then I would just try harder next year.
but yeah. Again, I like again. This is like yeah. It weirds me out. And Dawn's a little disappointed that I didn't really ask for much for Christmas. Like, keep in mind, on my birthday, I asked for clothes. You know, socks, pants, and shirts. That's all I asked for.
Uh huh.
Again, I'm just a practical guy, mainly because to be fair, the only thing I really wanted on there, like deep down, was the socks because I did not have any socks for like months.
Which just it, it makes me want to start playing the world's smallest violin, but insincerely. But That's neither here nor there.
I told you, you realize I'm kind of poor.
Yes, I know. Which is why it is my job as your friend to get you something special.
All right, but yeah,
Because as you damn well know, I consider friendship to be a kind of bargain. And there is no force on this earth that can prevent Dalton Mortimer from paying his debts. I have been in your debt for a very long time because, let's be honest, I'm me, and that requires a lot of putting up with sometimes. So when holidays come up, it's kind of my job to pay you back for putting up with my bullshit for the rest of the freaking year.
you say that, but it's not really. You say it like it's a chore, but it really isn't.
I know you'd never see it that way because you're
I mean,
one of those people who has a working moral compass somewhere, but this is how my brain processes things.
but to be fair,
The way I look at it, I am a difficult person to put up with, so I tend to try and make amends to my friends whenever possible, because if they're good enough people to put up with my ass most of the year, then they deserve some pampering every great now and again.
I mean, to be absolutely fair, you do talk too much sometimes, but that could just be a me thing.
I think that might be the understatement of the century, but thank you. You good heart having son of a bitch.
Yeah. But yeah, like to be like completely fair, folks. As we move on to the next thing, we just have two things really, just like two videos. One's longer than the other, but it's just because like
Yeah.
it's our last day of the month, our last podcast of the month. We just had Christmas.
And we were a little bit busy celebrating Christmas to troll through the stupidity of the internet. So
yeah,
we're killing time with random friendship bullshit.
yeah,
As we are wont to. This is basically what we do every Thursday when we get together and talk. We just sit and talk for hours about bullshit.
oh yeah, yeah. Sometimes it's constructive. Other times it's just us shooting the shit. Most of the time, it's just shooting the shit. To be fair,
Yeah.
even when we try to be productive,
So
it just ends up in us just.
it just eventually devolves into us shooting the shit for 3 hours. But
Or 6.
yeah.
There was that one time.
Yeah.
Anyway, so yeah, this is moving on to the next thing. Dalton sent me this. This is from the Exploring series, like the channel, Exploring the SCP Foundation Christmas SCPs.
I'm a really big fan of the Exploring series. I'm also a really big fan of a channel called The Bogan because The Bogan actually goes through and reads the SCP files as though he is a researcher from in universe. And I
Yeah,
really enjoy those, but he often doesn't have the ones that I want to talk about on this show
it's more just the
done. So
right?
yeah.
Um, I used to watch them a lot, actually. Kind of pulled away from the SCP stuff for a while, just because, like, it's. Let's be honest, the SCP stuff is kind of. It's depressing when you really think about it in universe and stuff. A lot of it.
I mean I tend to favor just the more optimistic ones because while I may be an asshole,
I do too. Like,
I tend to favor the more optimistic ones.
I do too. It's just again like the whole. It's a lot, especially if you're trying to like research it.
Yeah.
It becomes
Yeah.
daunting.
And that's one of the reasons I like the Exploring series because not only does he go into the actual SCPs themselves, but he also goes into like their place in the various canons and lores of the SCP Foundation. I personally really enjoy the Cactus Verse. The Cactus Verse is probably my favorite timeline.
I will.
Although,
Sorry.
huh?
No. Oh. Hey, corruption point.
Oh, Corrupt's here. Damn. Hop on. The link should be in the DM group, Corrupt.
Actually, I think I would have to add that real quick.
Christmas freaking Miracle, the one where Corrupt shows up again. But anyway, we were discussing the various different timelines of the SCP universe, and I really enjoy the Cactus verse. Although, recommendation for the person who oversees the Cactus verse, make Imana Ram and the Mechanite, Davite, and Abominant war canon to the Cactus verse, because I have a really good idea about this thing where Ada Papadopoulos could be a sky city, and like the cities on the ground could be Imanaram, whichever is the Davite capital, and I forget, and the Sarkic capital. Because I really like the idea that SCP-001 Imanaram and the Cactus verse could all be kind of canon with each other, just at different points in like the prehistoric, or what do you call it, the before the flood. Is it? It's not pre-Cambrian. It's pre. I forget the word now for the time before the flood, but it could easily all be canon in that universe. And I like the idea that, like, after Otto Papadopoulos fell, Imanaram, the Davite city, and the Sarkic city rose kind of from the ashes and were like the second starting place for humanity. And you could even probably get away with Otto Papadopoulos actually being the Abominant. But that's just me being a little bit of a backseat writer. I think it's a good idea. But yeah, assuming that the guy behind the Cactus verse ever sees this, which I doubt. But if he does, then you're welcome. And for anyone that wants to know where that idea came from, if he does end up using it, yo. Oh, corrupts off Twitter again, that's why. According to the comments.
Yeah. If he pops up, he'll pop up, and we'll add him on.
Been a long time since our scheduled third co-host actually made it onto the show, but Christmas miracles, ladies and gentlemen, Christmas miracles.
Yep. Yeah, shall we?
Yep.
Candy canes.
Candy canes.
Christmas SCPs. What do a website largely devoted to weird horror and the most wonderful time of the year have in common? Well, you're about to find out. Christmas is a holiday celebrated by billions of people around the world. And unless you've been living in a containment...
More than you would think. Christmas is actually usually a time for ghost stories, or at least it was back in the Victorian times. Being as it was a continuation of the Celtic Solstice Festival, and there was still less so than the association between the Vale and Samhain, but there was still that notion of like the living and the dead kind of commingling at that time. I mean, it was also the peak of the cycle of winter, so the being that I know most as Mab, and other people might know better as Hulda, Perchta, or Nick Nevin, is at her height during this period, and she is known for being a bit dark. It's not just something that Jim Butcher made up. Jim Butcher just ended up using it in the Dresden Files, which, by the way, if you're looking for a very, very accurate fantasy series, as far as like real world occultism goes, everybody should read the Dresden Files. Again, but that's neither here nor there. Candy canes.
Yep. Candy canes.
In the facility your whole life, you're likely familiar with some of its common traditions. I've already covered another popular holiday and how it intersects with the SCP universe, Halloween. But while Halloween and its dark, supernatural themes make for an easy fit for SCP, Christmas has to try a little harder.
I mean, not so much, because while there's a lot of horror in the SCP universe, there is also just a straight up fantastical element to it, and there are a lot of wholesome SCPs, which I really tend to like the more wholesome ones. Although, granted, even a lot of the wholesome ones end up getting corrupted because the Foundation are a bunch of pricks. The number of SCPs that started out safe and went all the way to Keter because the Foundation were abusive cunts is very, very long. Candy canes.
One sec. Okay. Candy canes.
I've also already covered the most disturbing holiday-themed SCP, SCP-4666, the Yule Man, so he'll be left out of this video. Let's start with Christmas trees, an odd yet popular tradition of decorating a tree, real or fake, and keeping it in your house during the holidays.
It's not really that odd if you know the history of the festival enough. In both the Celtic and Germanic Yule celebrations, there was a notion that the vital, the vital spark of the world, basically, was dimming around the peak of winter, and so you would bring in an evergreen, which was mostly immune to winter's effects, into your home to sort of sustain the spark of life in the world, and then sort of hopefully regift it back to the world after the peak of winter's power had passed. That was the original logic. Anyway, that's a rant that I've gone on many times, but since he specifically drew attention to, he thought it was weird. Yeah, no, it's not that weird. The reason is because most Christmas traditions are actually well predating Christianity, and is sort of a hodgepodge of various traditions from various cultures. But in many ways, that's why I like it so much. So, candy canes.
Candy canes.
SCP-2536 is a plastic Christmas tree that constantly plays the song "I Wish It Could Be Christmas Every Day" by the band Wizard from an attached speaker. 2536 will spontaneously manifest during the month of December in front of SCP Foundation personnel.
I really love this one, actually. My money would probably be on Wondertainment having something to do with this, because we know actually that most versions of Dr. Wondertainment really enjoy the Foundation and the work they do. But of course, there is the little twist of how do you define Foundation personnel, quote unquote? Candy canes.
Candy canes.
And for some reason, only in front of Foundation personnel. Beneath the tree will be a wrapped present that will contain an object or objects that the personnel member greatly desires at that moment, either consciously or subconsciously. The interior of the wrapped packaging can be anomalously large.
My question is, can this produce other SCPs? Because I'll tell you, if I were a Foundation personnel worker, I would want the genie bell, the butler bell, from I forget the number of the SCP actually now, but the one that has the butler djinn attached to it. And yes, it is confirmed that he's a djinn, at least in the case where Lord Blackwood is canon, because apparently he worked for Lord Blackwood before he became bound to the bell, which is fascinating to me. One wonders if it wasn't a very angry genie who turned Lord Blackwood into a slug creature, and then in retaliation, Lord Blackwood bound him to the bell as punishment. And if that isn't canon, can somebody please make it canon? Because I think that's a really good story. Anyway, candy canes.
Sorry, disappeared for a second there.
No, it's fine. I was just talking about how I want I would want the butler bell for Christmas if I worked for the Foundation.
Huh.
You know that one, right?
I'm well aware of that one.
Yeah, Mr. Deeds, the actually literally confirmed to be a djinn according to one of the Lord Blackwood tales, because he signs a letter on the behalf of Lord Blackwood as Mr. Deeds, the being of smokeless fire, which is a shorthand in just about every story involving the jinn for jinn. They are referred to as beings of smokeless fire.
Candy canes?
Candy canes.
To accommodate larger objects. If ignored, the tree and present will disappear after a few minutes. A note was found at one point attached to the tree, claiming to be from a group literally called Data Expunged, and that they admire the work the Foundation is doing and want to present those brave heroes with a gift of their own.
That's really sweet. But of course, lack of planning is going to bite the Foundation in the arsehole in 3, 2, 1, and candy canes.
For corrupt. I am trying to fix an issue with my account.
Well, if you can make it on, then that's good. If you can't, then we appreciate having you in the comments.
Yep. Candy canes?
Candy canes.
The tree manifested in front of a site director in the middle of a containment breach, and, perhaps surprisingly, the director opened the package, finding materials that aided in stopping the breach. A Foundation doctor opened a package and found several genetically identical Welsh Corgi puppies.
I mean, that is very adorable, but I'm still wondering if, like, can the gift apparatus actually, like, make copies of the more wholesome and useful SCPs? Because I would very much like a copy of the Mr. Deeds bell if possible. Like, I wouldn't take any of them out of Foundation custody, mind you. I just would want a version for myself. I also wouldn't mind having the healer bear there, the time heals bear, because he needs a hug, and things that need hugs should have hugs. I'd almost say I want a copy of SCP-999, but I don't know the protocol with straight up living beings. It strikes me that would be a logistical nightmare. and kind of unethical as well. Anyway, candy canes.
Okay.
And another doctor found a copy of the SCP-2536 documentation. The tree also seems to regard D-Class as proper Foundation personnel as well, as it manifested before one D-Class, and the package contained the man's wife and son, who were promptly amnesticized and returned home.
I mean, that's some pretty that's pretty darn good there. But I've seen this video before, so there are going to be problems. Candy canes.
Okay.
That all seems well and good, but not every D-Class's wish is to see their family, and some desperately want to escape. One D-Class opened a package and found several anomalous weapons capable of disintegrating Foundation guards, and used them to arm a group of D-Class. Torch.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, I assume that's a lot of D-Class that happens too with this tree.
Well, I mean, D-Class are literally death row inmates, and while some death row inmates are probably wrongfully convicted, some of them are genuine sociopaths. So
Or
there
kidnap.
is that.
Or kidnap people. 'Cause I don't think there are a lot of death row inmates, generally, at any given time, needed for the amount of D-Class that they have.
Unless there's cloning involved, which, again, sociopath. You clone sociopaths, and then you're surprised that you get problems.
Candy canes?
Candy canes.
Fortunately, the revolt was quickly shut down by the more skilled on-site security. Worst of all, though, the tree considers SCPs to be Foundation personnel, leading one SCP to open a package and find an alien piece of technology that easily allowed it to escape. So far, nothing catastrophic has happened due to 25.
Hopefully, the tree understands the protocol of naughty and nice. Because, I mean, this is Christmas, so hopefully it just sticks to the relatively peaceful SCPs. Like, 999 is a good boy. He deserves Christmas presents. Or even to some extent, 049. The Plague Doctor strikes me as a fairly upstanding chap. I just don't think he has all the resources he needs to cure death like he wants to. Which could be resolved if the Foundation overseers want such cunts, but that's never going to happen, so yeah. Or Abel. Abel's a good guy too. He should have he should or not Abel or Cain. Cain in this universe is a good guy too. He deserves Christmas presents, but don't ever give it to fucking 682 or we'll all be dead. Anyway, candy canes.
Candy canes.
Catastrophic has happened due to 2536, but what happens if it appears in front of something truly dangerous, like Abel or the unkillable lizard? Moving on, SCP-2497 are not Christmas trees, but instead are 785 anomalous entities, each resembling a saguaro cactus.
Yeah, this one is still festive, but also candy canes.
Candy canes.
These cacti are subject to spatial instability, meaning that they materialize and dematerialize randomly across the southwest United States. They typically materialize in enclosed spaces, such as bathrooms and closets. It was discovered by the Foundation, though, that they can be
Candy canes. I don't really have anything to add here.
Be anchored to local reality, stopping this effect if a hand-knit Christmas stocking is attached to them. This was discovered after one of the entities materialized in front of a fireplace and inadvertently pricked one. This isn't their primary anomalous trait, though, as that manifests whenever they use their spines to...
I mean, specifically hand knitted? That seems a rather odd distinction, especially now, but this is an SCP after all, so who knows?
Okay, Kate.
Candy canes.
to puncture skin. This induces a transformation in the victim, in which their tissues are converted into plasticine, a type of modeling clay. Their legs are fused together to form a central column, and they sprout branches and artificial pine needles. After 3 hours or so, they resemble a
Yeah. This would definitely put a damper on the holiday spirit, I think. Candy canes.
They resemble a standard artificial Christmas tree, remaining conscious throughout the process. These entities will frequently manifest fluorescent lights as well, which they are able to control by turning them on or off, although it requires a lot of their energy to do so.
I'm just quietly empathizing with the pain these people must be in. Candy canes.
As a side effect, after complete transformation, all prepared or bottled beverages within a 10-meter radius of the tree are converted into the juice of the saguaro fruit, laced with peyote. Consumption of this liquid causes imbibers to decorate the converted tree with ornaments and lights, sing Christmas carols.
I mean, this part is less bad, but why does it require them being stoned?
I don't know.
Candy canes.
Place wrapped gifts beneath it, open said gifts the next morning, and continuous consumption of the liquid, believing it to be eggnog. This continues until the liquid runs out, the subjects are detoxified, or they expire from chemical overdose. Using the lights to communicate,
Gulp. Candy canes.
Candy canes.
a short interview was performed with one of the converted tree entities, a former accountant. He was sitting on his toilet when one of the 2497 entities manifested beneath him, which does not sound pleasant. The transformed tree seems to draw more of the 2497 entities to them, and when asked to...
Again, gulp. That just. Why? Like, there's no Christmas related purpose for it literally manifesting in a toilet. What the hell? Candy canes.
Candy canes.
about this, the accountant said that the entities were angry because they miss Christmas. This SCP then relates to another Christmas SCP, 784. 784 is a neighborhood in Texas consisting of 24 houses and 2 apartment buildings that are always decorated with dense Christmas.
These guys I could almost get along with, but they're a little bit too restrictive for my taste. I feel like if I mentioned Yule to these guys, I'd be dead. Candy canes.
Candy canes.
Lights and always covered in snow, despite no changes to the local weather. All the houses in this neighborhood are occupied by a number of entities, resembling adult humans wearing Christmas sweaters. They seem to age normally, but none of these 300 or so entities have ever been observed dying.
I have strange questions about breeding that I probably shouldn't think about, and I'll move candy canes.
Okay.
And no new entities seem to be born. Throughout the year, each one of these entities will engage in a number of Christmas-related activities, including singing Christmas carols, performing Christmas plays, gift exchanges, home decorating, and participating in various eggnog-related festivities.
Good. Again, I almost feel like I could get along with these guys. Almost being the operative word there. Candy canes.
Well, we have corrupt here. It says I fixed it, Dalton. I just sent you a message through Twitter.
Okay, but in order to get the link, you have to message Brainstormer because I can't copy and paste it without actually leaving the stream myself. And also, my phone hates StreamYard links for some goddamn reason, so I don't even know if that would work. So, Brainstormer, shoot him the link.
Yeah, give me 1 second. Okay.
There's no place like home for the holiday. 'Cause no matter how far away you, if you pine for the sunshine of a friendly gate, for the holidays you can't beat home sweet. Sorry, filling that air, folks, so you don't have to listen to quiet whilst we're getting the third party in here. Hmm.
Yeah. It's oh, okay. Crash. Brainstormo 1. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, correct. That's it.
You should already have a connection because we had that group messenger for such a very long time. But who knows? Twitter might be being dumb because reasons.
All right. There we go. Okay. And let me send. There we go. Okay. Just sent it. Yeah, just got it corrupt. And I just sent them. I just sent the link.
Alright, and there we go.
Howdy. Hello?
Okay, so you can't hear him either. It's not just me. That's it's fortunately refreshing because my phone has a horrible tendency to not count anyone who joins the StreamYard call after
Can
me.
anybody hear
So
me
it's
now?
not just me.
There we go.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you now.
Okay, well I can't, so I will pop out and pop back in. One second.
There we go. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I don't. Dolan can't, so he's like, yeah.
Okay, awesome. All right. So I'll explain what happened to my account because basically what happened was I deactivated my account for a bit because I kept getting into stupid fights on Twitter. But like it lapsed and Twitter permanently deleted my account.
Mm.
So I had to remake a new account. That's why I don't have anybody's information. That's why I had to refollow everybody. That's why I'm not in any group chats anymore. Twitter permanently deleted my account, and so I've had to literally start over from scratch.
Aha. So you found yourself on the wrong side of the Twitterati.
See, this is why I just follow artist accounts. This is why.
You did not have the appropriate verification papers, you see.
Basically, I kept getting into too many fights on Twitter, and I kept getting addicted to it. So, which is sad. Yeah, like Dalton knows because he's seen me get into fights with people online.
Again, this is totally why I just follow artist accounts.
Everyone tells me that I should stop getting that I should just follow artists and shit. So I'm gonna follow artists. I'm not gonna get into any fights. And I'm not gonna go looking for people to dunk on because that was also something I enjoy doing.
Yes, we know well your cringe addiction, but Twitter is to cringe as a crack den is to cocaine. So
yeah. So for all the people that will be watching this later who don't know who this is the Ghost of Christmas Yet to Cringe, Corrupt.
Yo, what's up? Hello, everybody.
yes, and he should by rights be a third co-host on this podcast, but between his own health issues and apparently getting banned from the things.
Yeah, give me one.
It's next to impossible to actually get all three of us in a room together most of the time.
Okay, well, since you're here and we kind of did a whole thing before we watched this video, how was your Christmas? Corrupt.
Okay, so it's not just me. That was very odd. You still there, bud?
Yeah, if you're talking, man, we cannot hear you.
Your mic or computer or Brainstormer's connection or some combination of all of the above has fucked up.
Don't think it's me.
And I already jumped out and jumped back in, so it shouldn't be me either. Ah, motherfucker. And for those that needed an adequate demonstration of why it's next to impossible to herd all three of us cats into the same stream at once. Corrupt, if you can hear us, try jumping out and jumping back in and see if that helps. That's usually good for rebooting StreamYard's bullshit. We apologize, folks, for the significant number of technical difficulties this time around, apparently.
That's where don't.
Okay.
What happened there?
I couldn't hear you all of a sudden. I knew you were talking because I heard a little noise, but it wasn't coming through. So, again, apologies, folks, for the technical difficulties.
Okay, I'm back.
Huzzah.
Oh, so
Sorry
Okay.
about that. I had to do something, but yeah, I'm back.
Okay, we were trying to figure out what the technical malfunction was. We assumed it was StreamYard doing something bullshit.
Oh no, I had somebody called me and I had to go. And I had to go.
All right. Well, we were asking you how your Christmas went.
Oh, it was well. It was okay. It wasn't bad. Like, I went to a friend's house. Not a friend's house, but I went over. I was invited over to go eat at someone's house, and that was it. Was like I ate over their house, and that was pretty much it. Then I got home. I didn't really do too much.
So you didn't get any interesting presents for Christmas then?
I got 2 video games. I got 2 video games and a gift card for Uber Eats.
Ah.
Which is the weirdest thing I've ever had someone give me.
How
about you, gentlemen? How was your Christmas?
Yeah, it was uneventful. It was nice, cozy.
Mine was nice, apart from the fact that I got COVID 2 days before, so I had next to no appetite for the last 3 days.
You got COVID?
Yeah.
I got it last
Yeah.
Christmas.
I'm sorry, what did you say, Brainstormer?
I got COVID last Christmas, last year. So
Curfew ghost of Christmas yet to COVID.
So wait, do you still have COVID now, Dalton?
Yeah, I'm feeling better now. I finally was able to eat some of the leftover prime rib from Christmas dinner.
That sounds pretty good.
Yeah. As far as like actually getting stuff and having good memories with the family, I posted the Christmas haul for 2021 picture on my Twitter of everything that I got so far. So I was mostly happy. I got like 5 new comic omnibuses, a bunch of movies, 3 magic books and 3 what do you call them, like historical cookbooks, which I liked. And I also got a new tuning fork and an ocarina and an astrolabe, which was interesting.
Oh wow, you got a big haul.
Yeah, I usually do. I'm very particular about the Christmas list, and I'm well aware that I'm not the easiest person to buy for unless you really know me. So I'm just very specific. Like, if you want to make me happy for Christmas, just get me this. It's good.
I got a heater and a bed.
And he wonders why I think that's sad.
You got a heater and a bed?
Yeah, I asked for it. Like, it was on my list because I needed it. Okay, my room has no insulation, so it's cold all the time. And I have a bed that's like 5 or 7 years old, and it's lumpy and shit. You can feel the springs poking at you. I needed new stuff.
You sound like an orphan.
This is what I've been saying. Every time you talk about it, it's just like I play the world's most violin in my head.
To be completely fair, there was nothing else I wanted. I mean, I got some comics, sure, but there was no video games that really piqued my interest. There was no movies or anything I wanted to get. Just
you sound like an orphan who found a new home. Like
this is what I've been trying. Like, I didn't put it quite so bluntly, but this is what I've been trying to explain to him every time he talks.
Mommy bought me a new blanket so I won't freeze during the
I know we're being kind of dicks, Trevor, but this is exactly what I've been trying.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not like a materialistic guy. I'm just practical. Like my birthday, I asked for clothes because I needed some.
Jesus Christ!
This is exactly what I'm trying to explain. However, he does have at least one more extravagant Christmas gift coming because I got him something for Christmas this year.
What, did you get a hat?
No, I got a hat for my birthday a few years ago. It has the Umbrella Academy logo on it. My uncle gave that to me, so I'm good on hats.
Like, Brainstormer is the kind of guy who would be excited about getting socks.
I asked for socks on my birthday because I was out. I lost all my socks. I don't know how. I just lost them, and they were wear and torn and stuff. So I was actually pretty excited to get those because my feet were freezing the whole time for like months. Well, for a month.
God, and I thought my presents were boring. I got like a gift card for Uber Eats.
Again, I'm gonna be completely honest. I'm not a materialistic guy. Okay.
Well, okay, but there's a difference between being materialistic and wanting Christmas to be special. That's what I've been trying to kind of distinguish for you. Like,
yeah,
it doesn't have to cost a lot to make something special. Like the thing I got for you this year is a custom piece of artwork that I'm not going to say anything more about because it will ruin the surprise. But it's something that only I could have gotten for you because it has things on it that are specific to your likes and interests. That's something less practical, maybe, sure, but it's got kind of the more panache to it. I guess is the
Alright,
best way of putting it.
To be quite honest, the reason why I'm not like big on like getting anything like extravagant is mainly because with the life I've had, and Dalton knows this because he and I have a lot of conversations about this. The thing I kind of cherish most with like holidays, specifically like Christmas, is more so hanging out with my family. So that's
Yes,
kind of what
he straight up has like an inner city superhero backstory. He's
You're
basically
like-
the discount Punisher backstory.
You're like Tiny Tim from the Christmas Carol. Holy shit!
and thankfully that's not me this time for once. Yay.
there was actually a time in my life where I couldn't walk because of
God, you are Tiny Tim. Holy shit!
And again,
I got my legs torn up by dogs because of that, so I couldn't walk for a while.
Oh, you got
at least yours was temporary.
Yeah, that's actually true.
Oh shit! You got chased by dogs too? Like, fuck.
No, you don't remember? I have a physical disability. I have CP.
Oh no, I was talking about Brainstormer because I thought he said he got attacked by dogs.
He did.
I did when I was like,
but
when I was
his legs got injured, and my response was, "At least yours is temporary."
the worst part was
Dalton's
they did
is
stitches.
forever.
Yeah, the worst part was they never did stitches; they did staples.
Ooh, that's
Motherfucker.
Dude,
Yeah.
I wasn't even put under to have those removed. Oh my god! It was
Ouch.
ugh.
Yeah. But for once, I'm not the Tiny Tim of the group. Yay.
Yeah, there you go.
Cause
No, you're the hillbilly Merlin.
Exactly. It's like if Merlin had a wheelchair. Oh my god, Dalton is like Stephen Hawking. There you go. Look at that.
Well, not that bad, but
Except
I will say unironically, when I was like 9 or 10 years old, Stephen Hawking was my idol.
That doesn't surprise me.
Except as like a fucking wizard, though. You're like Stephen Hawking the wizard.
No,
Gandalf the crippled.
I fuck your entirely accurate statement.
I just came up with that, just on the spot.
I know, and fuck your entirely accurate statements, goddamn you.
Holy shit. That was pretty good. Like,
But yeah,
Right on.
apart from me being crippled Aleister Crowley of the 21st century, and Brainstormer apparently having an Oliver Twist backstory.
To be fair, I was never an orphan.
are you sure?
You were in foster care for a bit, though.
Okay, that's fair. I was in foster care for a bit.
Oh my god, you really are Oliver Twist. Holy shit.
And again, I make this joke all the time. It's honestly surprising that I am as mentally stable as I am because of all the stuff I've went through in my life.
Yeah, you are a pretty stable guy. That's true.
Yeah, you should be more fucked up than you are, and you also probably should be more bitter than you are.
Yeah,
but-
you're actually pretty normal.
But
It's
still,
I'm aware of it. I'm self-aware enough to acknowledge how weird it is.
yeah. But it's because you have this unwavering moral compass thing that neither me nor Corrupt can really fully understand because we're assholes.
Yeah, I can't. Yeah, I can't really relate.
Like,
I had good people raise me, I guess.
well, I did too, but I'm still kind of a cynical asshole every great now and again, as you well know.
I guess comic books also were kind of a great way to help me kind of cope with the stuff that's happening. So, like superheroes and stuff. So,
Yes, you and your completely unwavering moral compass that is frankly a foreign language to the rest of humanity. But never mind. We have the rest of an SCP video to finish.
right.
All right, I was listening to most of it when I got into the chat. You guys started it, so I'm pretty much caught up.
Yeah. Okay. So we can go forward.
Yep.
Candy canes.
Candy canes.
These activities are performed daily, although no specific activity is repeated more than once per week. At night, they will also decorate objects not native to the neighborhood, as well as vandalize various foreign objects. A Foundation supply convoy made the mistake of stopping overnight near the neighborhood, resulting in the egg.
That was probably a terrible, terrible idea. But then again, most of the ideas that the Foundation personnel have on any given day are very bad ideas. So I am not surprised.
Echo. There's a little bit of an echo coming from Brainstormer. What's that mean?
A little bit of more. I didn't think it was that bad, and quite frankly, with all our other technical difficulties, I was just glad the video was playing right. But
I could put on my headphones and mic. That might help.
possibly.
All right, yeah. It
Give
wasn't
me a
that bad. It was just like a little bit of an echo.
I didn't hear it that much on my end, but there is a little bit of one.
Give me a second.
Okay.
Probably should have dusted these off every now and then. I haven't used them in like, I don't know, 2 years or so.
Mm.
Funny enough, these actually are for like gaming. I'm just not much of a gamer.
I don't think Dalton, you're not much of a gamer either, are you?
I'm more of a retro gamer. Like the last game I played and really honestly enjoyed was Cuphead.
I mean, to be fair, he has no hand-eye coordination, so how can he use a controller?
Oh, jeez.
Again, with the fuck your completely accurate statements, you son of a bitch.
Hey, he set it up. He set it up. Like,
no, I know it's entirely true, it's entirely accurate, but still, fuck you, because reasons.
Oh my god, that was great.
laugh not at this man, for he is not wrong, but say fuck you because it's still annoying.
And if it makes you feel any better, Dalton, I can't play platformers because, like, I have an intense fear of heights.
Like,
an unusual fear. Like, I was on top of it was kind of a slanted roof. It was kind of like off the ground and I like almost threw up. Like, heights, I can't do heights in video games.
I can do heights, but only up until a point. Like I can manage most Ferris wheels all right, but anything higher than your average Ferris wheel, and I start to get a little bit.
Yeah, I can't even do I can't even do Ferris wheels and stuff, shit like that. I can't do that because it just makes me too sick.
Vertigo.
Yeah, exactly. I have really bad vertigo. I didn't know you knew. Yeah, you knew that. Yeah.
Testing.
Perfect.
Yeah, we can hear you. You're good.
You're good. Okay. You're perfect now. I have really bad vertigo. I don't even know. It's to an extent where I can't even play. Where like heights in video games mess with me.
Add that to the inextricable list of things that go wrong in Corrupt's body. Because I mean, there's the narcolepsy, there's the vertigo.
Yeah, I have narcolepsy and vertigo. I have like the worst combination of like things you can possibly have.
Just imagine like you're on like an escalator or something and you fall asleep and then fall. Oh fuck.
Yeah, I used to think I had
for me though, it's less of a fear of heights and more a fear of falling, because when you are physically disabled like I am, falls can be a nightmare. So for the longest time, whenever I would feel like I was falling, I would literally just like freeze the fuck up. And it got so bad where sometimes I would roll over wrong in my bed, and it would feel like I was falling off the edge, even though I wasn't. And I would just jerk awake like.
Oh yeah, I don't like Oh yeah, okay. So something embarrassing. So I rolled over once and fell off my bed and cut my head open on the dresser.
Damn. The worst fall in terms of falling out of my bed I've ever had was once my cat was laying in my bed and I was up in there with her petting her and I for some reason got on my knees. I don't even remember why I decided to get up on my knees. But as I was getting up on my knees, I felt like I was falling over and wound up falling over on top of my cat and we both ended up falling out of bed. She was obviously not happy, but she was also mostly fine. It was just a massive pain in the everywhere for a minute because she was flying me trying to figure out what the fuck was going on. So yeah, that's probably the worst fall out of my bed scenario I've ever had.
I have a falling story. It's actually kind of weird and totally random, and it happened this year. I'm not entirely sure. I think it was in September or something.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going upstairs to use the restroom, right?
Yeah.
And I'm checking my phone real quick, and this is kind of like a whole don't text and drive deal.
Mm-hmm.
I misjudged the step, and I fell up onto the top floor, and I twisted one of my foots while the other kind of bend, like the toes kind of bended the upward.
Yeah.
And I had a knee that hit the grate that's for the the hot air to blow when you turn it on. I kind of just fucked myself up immensely so, and I fell up instead of falling down the stairs, which I've done before too, which is not fun.
No. I fortunately have never fallen off stairs. The most embarrassing fall I've ever had was in my elementary school. We had those really long interconnected tables in our lunchroom, in the elementary school lunchroom, because it was actually kind of part of the gym that they were repurposing as the elementary school lunchroom.
Yeah.
And after every lunch period, the janitors would come along and they would pull the really long tables up in the middle and they would go off at an angle. Now because again, crippled, very often would just give my lunch tray to somebody else to take care of for me when it was the end of lunch so that I didn't have to wait in line.
Yeah.
And I gave my lunch tray to a friend of mine to take care of for me one day, and I was sitting on the end of the lunch table, and the janitor whose job it was to pull up the tables didn't see me sitting there, and so he pulls up in the middle, and I go right the fuck off the end of the table and straight onto the hard rubber and concrete gym floor.
Ooh.
On my tailbone.
Ooh.
That was not a good day.
That was awful. Oh shit.
Yeah, I'm just glad I was sitting at the end and not in the middle because that would have been bad.
Let me see what happened to me. I don't think this counts as me falling, but I got hit by a car. So
I almost got hit by a car when I was a kid.
no, I got hit by. I think it happened twice, either once or twice. I know one time when I got hit by a car, I rolled over the hood and fell on the cement and fell on the sidewalk.
Damn. My buddy actually in high school got hit by a car. That was actually kind of how we became friends because after his car accident, he kind of had temporary brain damage.
Oh,
Because he got hit by a car while it was basically going full speed, but he wasn't actually in a car. So it could have been a lot worse. But because of that, he ended up in the same learning support tutorial that I was in, and that's how we got to talking and became friends. Was because he was in my learning support tutorial.
I also have a story that's kind of like Dalton's, but completely different. Mainly because I wasn't friends with these people. I kind of actually disliked them greatly.
Oh dear, they must have been freaking supervillains for you to dislike somebody it takes that much.
Well, this was middle school.
What was wrong with them?
Well, one, this was middle school, so I was not. I was a kid. You know, I was
In emo teenager mode, yes, I'm sure.
wasn't an emo.
Not to contradict you, but from the ages of like 13 to 17, every kid is to some degree an emo.
Teen angst.
Yes.
Everyone goes through it.
I went through that. Well, to be fair, I don't really have a reason to be angsty. I mean, I have reasons to be angsty, actually. I just went through that early.
I was gonna say, shall we go through the list alphabetically or chronologically?
I mean, like,
through all the trauma I went through, I didn't really have a reason to be angsty.
well, like when I say angst, it's just like when you're young, especially like a young male, like you have like a lot of hormones and a lot of like.
Yeah, and also you have to deal with other people with hormones all the livelong day, which doesn't make anything easier.
Exactly. So yeah, it's more of like just something that naturally happens because of like your body than you being like angry and or depressed. Like
yeah, no, it's just every the problem is our teenage years are when we're going through puberty, and puberty is when we develop what's called a theory of mind. And unfortunately, because we're still new to the concept of a theory of mind when we're teenagers, we tend to blame other people for stupid bullshit that they're honestly probably not accountable to, but because again, we're new to this whole theory of mind thing at that age, everything seems annoying. And also there is a kind of idealism to childhood that when you lose it tends to make you annoyed at least a little bit.
I mean, to be fair, I lost the idealism of youth long before I reached teenage years.
Yeah,
well, me too, but it didn't stop me from being even more of an asshole when I was a teenager. Although my assholishness mostly took the form of being a loner. Like I just didn't engage with anybody for the longest time. Like I would just sit alone at a lunch table every lunch period until about junior year.
Right, but the story I was going to tell, right? So this is when I used to have a bus stop, you know, to go to school, and I was there with a bunch of kids. And this was actually back at the time. I don't know if this still goes on, but back when like you had to get up and like go to school before the sun rises. You know, like at 6 or 7 a.m. Or even I had to get up at like 5 a.m. just so I could get ready to go to the bus stop and stuff.
Again, I feel compelled to unironically get out the word smallest violin.
I just assumed every American school did that at the time.
Well,
the
good thing about living in the middle of fucking nowhere for me is the school was so small that there weren't that many buses, and therefore it wasn't a massive hassle to get in and out of school every day. Also, I was on the disabled bus, which did tend to make it easier because there were only like 5 other people with disabilities in my school.
Right.
Right. So I could like get up at like 7:30 and still make it to school by like 7:45, 8 o'clock.
Yeah. So back to the story. So these kids I knew, and to be fair, I was kind of a loner myself, just mainly because they're those kinds of kids that are like, they act like they're big and tough and all that shit, you know. The loud mouths.
class clowns that feel like that it's their job to disrupt the class while everyone else is trying to fucking learn. Yes, I'm well familiar with these assholes.
So maybe corrupt.
That was harsh. I don't think Corrupt was like that. Although he may have been, I don't know.
Like, really? Am I that much of an asshole? Really?
No, I could see your cringe addiction kind of devolving into a class clown thing in high school, but I don't know if it did or not.
Am I that
Or if
much
the
of a-
cringe addiction was a later addition to your personality after
Am
you
I-
got out of school.
I was a bit of a class clown. Thank you. Calling me out like that, though. I see you, Braidstormer. I see you. Calling
Hey.
me out.
Hey, Dolan isn't safe. You're not safe. Okay.
You know what? We'll get you. That's all I'm gonna say. We'll get you back to that.
All right,
Although I don't think you're the kind of class clown that me and Brainstormer were probably talking about, because I hated those assholes
yeah, probably not.
in school because
This is gonna sound really bad, but I say this in a jokey manner. They were white class clowns.
What?
You know what I mean?
They were white class clowns. What the fuck does that mean? I'm curious
They-
now.
They thought they were funny. Like white people think they're funny.
But they're not.
Damn.
That's harsh. Jesus.
Am I wrong though?
Brainstormer isn't taking any prisoners today.
I think we may have laid on the tragic backstory jokes a little bit too thick, and he's retaliating.
He's not
to be fair, it's fair. So.
He's not taking any fucking prisoners today. He's just like, yeah, you know, white people are fucking unfunny as fuck. Like,
Well, let's white Americans.
White Americans. White Americans are terminally unfunny. Is that what you're saying?
I mean,
I feel like I should speak up on the behalf of white Americans here, but
to be more specific, white rich Americans.
White rich Americans. We all hate them. I think that's
the upper class toffs. Yes, those people can go hang.
Brainstormer's trying to fix it at the same time. Okay, not all white people are unfunny. Just rich white people are unfunny.
Just the posh bastards, which, to be fair, I don't think that's a race thing. I think that's mostly just a class thing.
I feel like the
rich are too spoon-fed to be funny.
Like, don't forget the American part. I feel like that's important.
That's important.
I mean, that's only important in the sense that America is the most wealthy country in the first world. So there's that. So if you are looking for posh brats, you're more likely to find them in America or Britain than you are in Zimbabwe or some shit.
Right. I do want to finish this story.
Yeah, go on. The class clown assholes that were constantly disrupted and
at the bus stop they tried playing. You guys have played the game Frogger, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Where the frog tries to weave in and out of oncoming traffic.
Yes.
Wait, did one of them hit you with a car?
They got clipped by a car, and I saw that shit, and it was. It's like one of those things like you want to laugh, but you also like don't want to because it seems disrespectful.
Mm-hmm.
One of them got clipped by a car?
Yeah, like one of them was doing that, like. It's like that weird time of the
day.
So
they were trying to play Frogger in real life, and they ended up getting clipped by a car.
Yep.
If it were me, I would chalk that up to win stupid games or play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
Yeah, no, totally. Like it was really stupid.
Well, that and also not to be this asshole, but Seinfeld did it first.
Oh, you're talking about the Frogger thing with George.
Yes, that episode. I love that episode. Although to be fair, I love most episodes of Seinfeld because most episodes of Seinfeld are amazing. Anyway,
So,
continue your story, Brainstormer. Sorry for sidetracking.
That's pretty much it. Like one of them, I think it was a girl who got clipped by a car. Like her shoulder got hit by the side of the car.
ooh, that's nasty.
She seemed fine. Like it wasn't go. It's not like it wasn't like a highway or anything. It's like just a city. Like I live in a city, so it's just like one of those like main roads.
Okay, so she's not like laying on the ground bleeding out, and you're not like laughing.
No, apparently she just got clipped in her shoulder, which it's still. I'm sure it still hurt like a son of a bitch, but it mostly was.
Okay.
Look,
fine.
all I know is I didn't participate because I'm not a fucking idiot and I value my fucking life.
Okay, I thought the story was gonna end with Brainstormer laughing as she like bled out or something.
No, what the
He's-
fuck? I am not that disturbed.
He's too
Like, me too.
moral for that. He doesn't have our fucked up broken remnants of moral compass.
I
He
did
has
see
working
some.
one.
Actually, kind of talking about a bloody story. Actually, I was in 8th grade and we went on a field trip to Cedar Point, in Ohio. First ride we went on was a roller coaster. After we got off, apparently some girl had tripped and fallen off like the exiting ramp, like staircase.
Ooh,
Ouch. Yee.
Yeah,
That's-
like I said, it was like after she had gone on the ride, like she fell off one of those like stairs, and apparently like it, like I think I've told Nolan this story once before.
You may have, yes. I
But,
vaguely remember something like this.
But yeah, she got hurt, obviously. She was okay, so, I don't know how to like explain it. It's I don't want to be too graphic, but basically she was missing a chunk of her leg to the point where you could see her kneecap, like her legit bone kneecap.
Yeah, that
Like I saw
sounds
the
about right.
white, like I'm not joking, the white bone kneecap.
holy fuck.
Ouch. Yeah.
Yeah,
Brainstormer is
and-
like- Oh, go ahead, Brainstormer.
No, that was it. They did close that ride for a while.
Ooh,
You
that's
don't say.
And you know what's
And
the
I
funniest
imagine
part?
she got a pretty penny of a settlement from it
Holy
too.
shit, she became Skeletor. Holy fuck, that's fucked up, man.
Well, her leg at least,
Jesus.
Well, yeah, I imagine she sued their asses and got a pretty
you know
penny
what
of
the
a
most
settlement.
you know what the fucked up part is though of this story?
Hmm.
Afterwards, I went to eat.
He went to eat.
Yeah,
Th-
granted, I only caught a glimpse of it, like a quick just glimpse, and then I
But
walked
still,
away.
that's some pretty gore porn stuff right there. Anyway, shall we get back to
Oh,
the
Jesus.
totally more sane
I-
absurdity that is the SCP Foundation?
I like how, like, after hearing about some girl like losing a chunk of her leg, Dalton is just kind of like, "Oh wow, that's bad." Anyway,
Okay, but
That's what he does.
Keep in mind, I've been in and out of hospitals and getting surgeries and crap since I've been 5 years old and before. So,
I'll be honest.
I don't
I think
I don't
I'll be
have
honest.
quite as much. I don't have quite as much like explicit trauma in my life that Brainstormer has, but I've been around the block a time or two as well.
all right, what were you gonna say, Brainstormer?
I'll be honest, and I say this more as a joke, but compared to that, I saw a lot worse growing up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
We've all been there and done that at this point.
yeah. I've only so it's weird. Like I've not really seen many people die or be like extraordinarily hurt. I've almost been killed like several times, though. I've almost died like several times.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't know what it is with a bunch of my friends, but I think a lot of you have death wishes. Because like, this is kind of a dark thing, and under no circumstances should you mention that I'm telling you this if you ever meet any of my real life friends. But I had to talk my one friend from college out of playing Russian roulette once.
What?
You have some of the weirdest fucking friends, Dalton,
You
including
really-
us.
Yeah, I had to talk my one friend from college out of playing Russian roulette when he had a terrible day once.
Oh shit.
So, like I say, I don't have quite as much of a marketable superhero backstory as Brainstormer, but I've been around the block a time or two and I've seen some shit. So there's that.
You know, there was a time where I wanted to use that my quote unquote backstory to actually try and be a vigilante.
Darkness exists in this world, and only I can cleanse it.
To be fair, I think
he
I would
was-
have been like a
It was basically going to be a real life Casey Jones, more or less, for a while.
yeah. Actually, I actually bought like a hockey stick and a baseball bat for that specific reason. I'm not even joking. Like they're literally right here at my side.
You're
Then I realized more than likely I probably would get myself killed. So I'm not gonna do
Yes,
that.
and thank you for not doing that, because we wouldn't have met that way, and that would make me sad.
yeah.
Anyway, existential abysses are what they are, but we have videos to react
much.
to.
Jesus, I'm just glad I didn't drown the second or third time.
Yeah, I can't swim without an inner tube, so yeah.
I sucked at swimming.
My youngest brother almost drowned once when he was like 3 or 4.
The hell is?
I'm guessing that was Corrupt's phone.
Yeah, it was my phone. Sorry about that.
Okay, no problem. But yeah, my youngest brother almost drowned once back when we had a pool. He was at the age where we still kept like the little gate things up, but he had figured out how to undo them. And one time when I think my stepdad was cleaning the pool, he did not notice that my youngest brother had found his way into said pool. But he made it and he was fine, but it was still touch and go for a minute there. It's hard to believe that was like 10 years ago now, because my brother's like 14 now. Jesus. My youngest brother is like 14 and my middle brother is turning 20 soon. Or may have already turned 20 actually, if I am no, 2001. So yeah, he's turning 20 shortly.
Dalton's like, damn, I feel old.
Yeah, because my youngest brother, who was born in like 2006, is now 14, and my middle brother that was born in 2001 is now 20. So yeah, I do feel old.
I think out of it, I think of the three of us here, I'm the youngest.
How old are you, Brainstormer?
22.
Yeah, you are young. You're. How old are you, Dalton?
26.
Wait, you're 26?
Yes.
I thought you were like 21.
No, and you've said that like the last 3 times I've told you my age.
Oh, you do not look 26.
I don't know if that's a compliment or not.
Well, I mean, you look younger, is what I'm saying.
Right, but I don't know if
It's a
that
compliment.
counts as a compliment or not.
It's a compliment.
To be
Okay.
fair, if I don't shave, when I shave, I think I look about, I don't know, maybe 14 or 15.
I'm saying.
And
you,
if I ever shave, I look like 10 years younger.
I'm
So
saying you look good for your age, Dalton.
yeah, which is yeah. But yeah, I'd look even younger without the beard and the mustache.
Interesting.
But I'm never shaving them off again because I tried once and somebody didn't even notice.
I did. I thought I sent you a message.
Yeah, like okay, backstory for that inside joke. So Corrupt and I used to talk quite a lot, and he kept saying how I would look better without a beard and a mustache. Now I'd never shaved off the mustache because I just never will, because ever since I first got peach fuzz on my lip, I knew I wanted a handlebar mustache, and now I finally have one, so I'm not getting rid of it. But I did actually shave off my beard, specifically because Corrupt said that I would look better without one, and I shot him an image of it over text once, and he didn't even notice it for
I
like 2
did.
weeks. I was like, God damn it!
I forgot to respond because I'm notoriously bad at responding to text.
Yes,
But I did.
I am aware.
I thought you looked really nice. It's just that I forgot to respond because like I'm really bad at responding to text. I just never do.
I know, but it's still, I was mostly just,
I should
joke.
have responded. I'm sorry for that.
No, it's fine. I was mostly just doing a little bit of an inside joke thing. It's
I don't
fine.
grow a beard. I don't like beards.
You don't like beards? They mess up your mojo.
I need
They're-
my beard and my mustache because
they're
otherwise I look
itchy.
like a minor still.
They're itchy, honestly.
Only if you let them get that long. That there's a in between space in between itchy because it's growing in and itchy because it's grown too long. If you just keep it within that range, it doesn't you barely even notice it's there most of the time.
Yeah. Also, I'm too lazy to take care of a beard.
I mean they are annoying.
Also, the
Although
fact that
although I do like spending money on like beard care products for some reason. It's one of my little indulgences. I have like a dozen bottles of like beard oil somewhere.
Okay, I say this as a friend, and also the fact that there are two bisexuals in the group here.
Yo,
Yeah,
Dalton, you are so unbelievably gay.
I know.
a little bit, yeah.
I never denied it. There is a part of me that I do often wonder how much my sexuality did influence my personality because I do like a lot of really stereotypically gay stuff. Like I love musical theater and ballet and opera and all that stuff. So
Jesus.
I wonder how much of it is people who prefer those things will become gay and how much of it is gay people tend to prefer those things.
Jesus, you are a homo. Holy shit.
Like okay, so 1 year for my 1 year for my mom's birthday, our local theater was doing a production of Swan Lake, and I kind of talked her into it. So for my mom's birthday 1 year, we went to a production of Swan Lake because I wanted to see it, and then I immediately felt bad because I realized that I inadvertently talked my mom into doing something she wouldn't have normally done on her own birthday, but it ended up working out anyway because even though she's not really into that stuff as much as I am, she did end up liking it. So all's well that ends well, I guess. But yes, I am very stereotypically gay at times. Like I love musical theater, I love ballet, I love opera, even though I've never gotten a chance to see it performed in in real life yet. I'm going to one of these days, but our we live in the middle of nowhere and there's like one theater like 40 minutes away from our house. So our exposure to like the culture of the wider world is very limited unless I go hunting for stuff online.
So I'm about as gay as Dalton, but like Jesus, that's holy shit. Like I don't know. I like I don't know. Like like ballet and musicals, like they're not things that I'm particularly interested in. Which,
Yes, I am aware how stereotypically gay I am. It's not something I'm ashamed of. Apart from again accidentally dragging my mom to a production of Swan Lake on her birthday that one year. But she liked it, so I don't have to feel guilty for the rest of my life. Yay.
no, I wasn't even meaning it. I wasn't even meaning it that way. I'm just saying like I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm bi. There we go.
Well, I am technically too, although it's very heavily slanted in one direction rather than the
Yeah,
other. But
with me. Same
yeah.
with me. You know what? Same with me. I don't know. Maybe it's just maybe like our flavors of maybe like
Yeah.
we're like flavors of gay. There we
Yeah,
go.
maybe I'm just a little bit more super. Thanks for asking than you are.
Oh my god. Holy shit. But yes, yeah, like it's heavily slanted for me too. Like it's heavily slanted towards men for me too. So
Yeah, it's like 60 to 70% male, 30 to 40% female, and I
yeah,
only really include that because there were 4 girls that I liked in like high school and college.
and the only people I've ever really been out with were women or girls, I guess. Except for one guy.
Yes, and he was the postmodernist fuck who constantly gaslit and
Yes.
bullshitted you, right?
Yes. So,
Someday, if I ever meet that dude, I'm punching him in the face.
I don't blame you.
Like, he strikes me as everything wrong with the world currently is contained in just that one dude.
He is. He's also his dad's also insanely rich, apparently.
Oh, so he's the champagne socialist variety of I'm wealthy, but I don't realize I'm wealthy because I can't admit to my own privilege, but I still intellectually want the end of all privileges for everyone ever because anyone wealthier than me is technically rich and that's bad.
Yes.
Ah, I hate those guys. Like I empathize with the position, but at some point you have to have a little bit of self-awareness. It's like if you're rich, then perhaps you shouldn't bite the hand that feeds you. Just saying.
Pretty
But
much.
but that's the thing that pisses me off though is everyone defines rich as just one rung up from wherever they are at generally.
Yeah,
Like
pretty much. Yeah.
there's no standardization for this shit, and it ends up making extremely wealthy people feel like they're middle class just because there happen to be people somewhere in the world that are more rich and privileged than them, quote unquote. Anyway, I swear to God, back to the SCP video.
Back
We
to
got
the
off
video.
into La La Land.
You're gonna have to give me a second because I just closed it.
I noticed you stopped screen sharing. That's why I made sure I was getting back on point.
To be honest,
Okay.
I legitimately thought it was just gonna be like another hour or so of us just talking.
Well, I mean, it will be. It probably will be, but we should at least have the like pretense of something to structure it around.
All right, we can finish the video.
Yeah. And
Right.
and there was another one too. I thought we picked 2 videos we wanted to do this time.
Yeah, it's
We
a
we
call.
we made all of our December shows Christmas themed, which, as I'm sure you know, was no shortage of cringe. Even so, because for some reason the assholes will not ever stop finding things to be problematic.
Unfortunately, yes.
And if I have to make an obvious defense for Baby It's Cold Outside one more time, I might explode. Because every year we do this, it's like, Baby It's Cold Outside is a rape anthem, and it's like, are you fucking kidding me?
Oh, hey, correct. I don't know if you were here for this. I think it was like two years ago. But I told Dalton this, and I told her, like, the interpretation I always picked up from Baby It's Cold Outside is two spouses cheating on one another with the one they're singing with.
Although, in his defense, I have a similar interpretation of I Saw Mommy Kissing Santa Claus. I always assumed that the mother was a gold digger and was cheating with Santa for better presents.
See, now that one's weird. See, that's a weird interpretation.
Why?
Yeah, I don't know. It's a weird interpretation, man.
Either that, or she fell in love with Santa before meeting the dad, and that's why the kid remarks that Santa looks a lot like Daddy. Essentially.
Okay, so your theory is that the mother is fucking Santa Claus for better gifts.
Yes, Christmas gold digger, basically.
That is, you are
Either that, or they had a previous relationship, and the kid is actually not the father's child, and is actually Santa's child, but they look similar enough that he doesn't know.
Who are you?
A very, very fucked up child. You know this, I know. I was a weird kid. It always jived in my head because for some reason Santa Baby and I Saw Mommy Kissing Santa Claus would always come on one right after the other on the radio, and so I made up this theory that they're both like the same woman talking.
I saw Mommy screwing Santa Claus.
Yeah. Anyway, SCP video. God damn it.
Sorry, I was coughing.
And my cat is constantly whining. Why is that?
All right. Shall we?
We're good. Go ahead. Candy canes.
Resulting in the egging of Foundation property, the conversion of a Humvee into a sleigh, the replacement of a shipment of frag grenades with similar-looking ornaments, filling the gas tank of several vehicles with eggnog, and welding steel antlers onto 156 safety helmets. Animals found by the entities to not be displaying
I don't really have anything to add here. Candy canes.
Yeah, okay.
sufficient Christmas spirit will be decorated with various accessories, including red collars with bells, reindeer antlers, Santa hats, and full-body reindeer outfits. Humans that are not adequately showing off their Christmas spirit will be assaulted by a group of entities and taken into the nearest house,
where they'll be violently
Yule-tided to death.
exactly. That's right.
You know, listening to this made me just think of something, and it's a question to ask you, Corrupt.
What's that?
Have you seen Santa Inc. yet?
Ew.
Oh God.
I'm assuming a
Ew.
no.
Yes.
For a cringe
I've seen-
expert like you, Corrupt, it surprises me. We should.
No, like Santa. No, like okay. So I've heard of it. I've seen reviews of it, and it just looks awful. And like I haven't watched it yet, though I probably should for the cringe factor. But like,
Have you at least seen the trailer?
I've seen the trailer, and it's fucking awful. It's
Yeah, we actually-
we did a reaction to that the week it came out, and it was the worst. I still maintain this is the worst thing ever.
What's weird
Like,
is I
as
saw
far
like
as far as Christmassy stuff goes.
yeah. What's weird is I saw like an ad trailer for it. You know, like a 30-second trailer ad.
yeah.
Browsing YouTube, and that 30-second ad was a lot better than the actual trailer. Then because it cut out a lot of the stupid shit.
which generally, when if seeing more of something makes it worse in your opinion, that's a bad sign. Anyway.
Like Santa Inc. is to humor what cancer is to the human body. Like it is.
I mean,
just
you're
like
not wrong. It's sort of
So
it reminded me a lot of a Christmas themed version of Q Force. Did you end up seeing that trailer?
I was supposed to watch Q Force actually. I was meaning to watch it. I saw it, and it's like it's so like unfun. Like the thing is, like it's supposed to be like funny and like it's supposed to be like funny and self-aware, like, but it just ends up being unfunny somehow.
Yeah, it's like a literal anti-humor, and I can't shake the
Wait.
feeling that the person who made it intended it that way.
wait.
Like
I got something.
Go ahead.
I just thought of something for this for Q Force. As a straight ally of my two gay best friends, I am offended for them.
Okay, fuck you though for even insinuating the word ally, because fuck the word ally in every hole.
I'm an ally.
I'm sorry, I had to.
Every time I hear someone unironically use that phrase, I want to murder them. It's kind of like when I see the really like flamboyant twinkish guys say "Yas, Queen." I just like you have earmarked yourself for death. If I could find a means to murder you, it could.
I imagine Brainstormer has like he pronouns and like blue hair right now. Like I'm an ally.
I have black hair, thank you very much. And well, I mean, yeah, I am a dude, so. But first, I just go by dude or
Do
that
that.
really. Wait, I didn't catch that.
But he asked if you were also okay with being called Dudette.
Honestly, my uncle calls me girl names all the fucking time. I'm used to
my
it.
uncle calls me girl names.
Yeah, he's a dick.
And that's the good one.
Yeah. Oh my god. To be fair, I get him back all the time when we horseplay. I punch him in the nuts all the time, so I think it nets out, like evens out with the shit talking. My family is weird, and I love them for it.
Yep.
Yeah.
All except for your one black sheep uncle there.
Yeah, true.
For your one, all except for your one black uncle. What?
Black
black
sheep.
Oh, black sheep uncle. Okay.
I don't want to get into it.
Yeah. So, suffice it to say, it's something we have in common because my one uncle is also a perpetually adolescent dickhead who is currently in prison for child support arrears and also crack.
Wait, when you child what?
Child support arrears.
Oh,
he owes like 30 grand or some shit on child support payments.
I thought you said for child sport. I was like, is he like a pedo or something?
The cringe detectors of your brain are a little bit overactive there, my friend.
What? That's what I thought. That's what I heard.
I know, but yeah, you misheard me. He's in prison partially for crack cocaine addiction or heroin, I don't remember which, and owing more than 30 grand on child support.
Jesus.
And the sad thing is, if he wasn't in prison right now, he'd be homeless. That's how much of a grade A fuck up my uncle is.
What?
And I thought my life was sad.
No, yours is sad, my friend. I don't think you're gonna get out of that anytime soon. I mean, it's not the most sad it could be, but it is still. It makes me.
It's like the Olympics. It's like the Olympics of angst, you know.
I'm emotionally depressed.
I have crippling.
My anxiety is so bad, my heart almost stopped once.
I have crippling depression. Please let me die now. Alright, so like.
Actually, I don't think I'm depressed. I think.
No, you somehow are the most stable of the three of us, and given the fucking like Frank Miller backstory that you have, that baffles me. Curse you goddamn moral compass having bastard.
He's like a character out of Sin City.
Unironically, yeah. And we didn't even mention that his house almost got condemned once.
No, it did. We just got it back.
The house almost got condemned. Jesus Christ.
No, it did, apparently. They just got it back later, afterwards.
It's a whole thing. Like, look, honestly, my life can probably, if I really had done the whole vigilante thing, my life probably could have been a whole comic series.
It would have been a fitting addition to Frank Miller or Alan Moore's oeuvre, probably.
I wouldn't be that depressing.
No, but still. I mean, in terms of that kind of character.
They call him the Storm.
That was actually, I don't know if that was better than the name I had thought of.
What was the name you thought of?
Well, to be fair, I use it for, I used a lot of that stuff and made a character in itself for like a comic idea. The Reaper.
The Reaper?
Yep.
Huh.
Anyway, back on topic before Brainstormer ends up getting his good ideas taken because we said them in public.
And I haven't really discussed any of the ideas actually, like legit. Like anyway.
I remember we did once, and wasn't that? I thought that was your superhero universe we had talked about on stream once. I think Corrupt was here too.
Yeah, it was. You had like this elaborate superhero universe.
Yeah, that I won't lie. That is still one of my major accomplishments. With that is just the amount of effort and time it took to make all that.
You wanted to have like this MCU style universe.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, we should talk Corrupt about our other attempt to kind of do an MCU style universe after we're off air, but for now, let's move on with the video.
Yeah.
Candy canes.
Where they will not be seen until the next day. They will then be seen dressed like the entities, and will be reluctant to leave the neighborhood. The entities seem to have very strict definitions of what exactly Christmas spirit is, and various Foundation agents have been grabbed for breaking the rules.
And see, this is why even though in general principles I could almost get along with these guys, I think the overly strictness of the definitions might get me into trouble. Candy canes.
Candy canes.
Yeah,
One agent wished an entity happy holidays instead of Merry Christmas, and was dragged into a nearby home by 8 entities. Another agent sang an incorrect verse for Silent Night, and was incapacitated by a group of entities using Christmas lights.
Yeah,
the agent was assisted by another agent, but both were taken into a home for several days.
I was like, can you say that again, Corrupt?
No, I just said like these are the people that Dalton gets along with. Like you sang the wrong verse time to beat the shit out
Like
of
no. This is what I'm saying. Like I could generally get along with these guys because I tend to go overboard when it comes to Christmas, but the overly strictness would get me into trouble because, as everyone knows, I love Christmas, but I am fully aware that what I love about Christmas well predates Christianity by about several thousand years, and I don't think I would ever be able to stop myself from pointing that out if I were around these guys. So I would probably be murdered like 3 times over.
I mean, yeah, they honestly wouldn't like me either, simply on the fact well, this year we didn't put up a Christmas tree or anything.
That
It's more of a time thing, okay? Most of us were busy with things.
I know, but I am putting this on the list of reasons why Brainstormer's idea of Christmas makes me sad.
Oh, I didn't put up anything either.
I mean, we would have turned on the Christmas lights, which we have hung up all year round, but they're kind of busted a few years back.
I don't think we ended up putting Christmas lights outside the house. We put a bunch of them inside the house, though.
So Christmas for me is just another day that ends in Y, to be honest with you.
I see. This is why I'm like, maybe these entities wouldn't be so bad, because at least they would be Christmassy.
I mean, to be fair, I'm like that, but with New Year's Eve.
Well, you have a reason for it, which we're not going to go into because that is way too personal for this live stream. But
True. Well, that and also it's just I've never really felt any different on those days.
New Year's hasn't really been special to me ever since my great grandma passed away. Every New Year's for a long while I spent with her, but she died back in, I want to say it was like 2015 ish. So yeah, I don't tend to get super into New Year's. It's kind of just a Christmas also ran for me, but
Also, the whole day, another day that ends in Y is also my birthday.
which that does kind of like spill more sympathy in your direction there.
That is really depressing, really.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's just like it. That's more recently, like ever since like my senior year of high school. So a few years. It's just because like my family has been busy. Like most of them work. I'm busy doing stuff. Like I'm fine with, and I don't really like. There's not really a lot that I want to get those years. You know, honestly, I just want to hang out with my family. That's kind of it. That's really like the only.
You realize I'm probably going to go into debt getting you presents from now on, just to equalize the situation a little bit. God damn you. I'm joking, but I would if that's what it took.
I mean, I'm just like, dude, I understand, like your birthday is something special, but like Brainstormer's like, oh well.
Well, there's also another. There's a personal reason why I'm not.
Okay.
Yeah, well, there's that too. But still, it's like I feel like I need to be like the avatar of holiday spirit right now and just be like, no, these days are supposed to be special.
Well, okay.
Goddammit, here.
All right. How about Valentine's Day then?
I feel
really
like
think that
your
day.
uncle would make fun of you if your gay best friend got that into Valentine's Day with regards to you.
Well, no. Okay, my again, like I treat that day as no other different day. You know.
Well,
because I don't see the point in it.
I do kind of too, although my mom has always made it a point to get us like a little gift on Valentine's Day. I don't really know why other than her dad did, but it's always something we've had in our family. So
okay, most of the time, like okay, full disclosure, any holiday that isn't Halloween, I don't really care much about.
Only
I mean, Halloween is
Yes.
wonderful, and I get super into it too. But I also get super into I get super into St. Patrick's Day, and I'm not, and Lord knows I'm certainly not Catholic. So
only Halloween can match the blackness of my soul.
No,
well,
I just like scaring.
for me, it's
I like
more
scaring
like
little kids.
I like terrifying children.
I don't get a lot because there's not a lot of foot traffic in my neighborhood. But
Yeah.
yeah, every year I do. You know the scarecrow trick,
Yeah.
correct? Yeah, I do that every year.
Jesus Christ.
It's fun. Like there was this one year where I was wearing.
I also love Halloween, but I have love for basically all the holidays,
But
including my birthday. Although I will say my birthday is probably the least of them, mostly. Valentine's Day, though, generally just makes me sad because it reminds me of how alone I am. And then it spirals into the no one will ever love you for 3 hours anxiety.
oh, and I'm depressing.
What? That's what my brain does every Valentine's Day, or at least every Valentine's Day where I haven't had someone to date. It's been like,
Dalton's Valentine's Day story makes me want to drink. Holy shit.
I
That's-
see it. The way I view Valentine's Day is it's an absurd holiday simply on the fact idiots need one day a year to prove how much they love their significant other.
well, it's because it was originally the festival of Venus in the Roman Empire. That's the long and the short of why we.
Okay, I'm
celebrate on that
talking
day in
I'm talking
particular.
about the more modern version of Valentine's
Well,
Day.
I mean, it's not. It's more about like that. It's just that a special occasion. It's like it's just a special occasion where you can show someone how much you care about them. That's
Yeah,
Okay, well, to be fair,
it's
I have
mostly about
very
acknowledging the importance of love itself, kind of
right.
as a
Well,
thing.
also to be fair, I do have my own differing personal beliefs on love, so
Yes, well,
that's kind of why I
that
don't like Valentine's Day because it's so conventional.
which I suppose is fair. But in any case, we got sidetracked again. So candy canes.
Oh, and because you aren't usually here for that, corrupt kind of background on that, Dalton
We
convinced
swapped out
me.
we swap out the banana for festively appropriate things on like holidays and special occasions and stuff.
okay. That sounds fair.
Because what is a candy cane after all than a Christmas banana?
You ruined candy canes, you dick. Simply for the fact that I don't like bananas.
Oh, so you didn't even make it into the obvious innuendo that it was.
What innuendo?
Dicks. He means
In the immortal words of the Wicker Man remake, phallic symbol, phallic symbol, phallic symbol.
it just means dick. That's it.
I just don't like bananas because they taste bad to me, man.
Okay, you never ever should look up a guy by the name of the Amazing Atheist. Ever.
Oh, Banana Man.
What?
He shoved that right up there, didn't they?
I feel like I'm the purest out of all of us here.
Yes. Which in ordinary circumstances wouldn't be saying
Oh.
much, but in this case is saying quite a bit because we're both
Oh.
fucked in that.
Oh wow, Dalton! Did you know that he dipped his nuts into boiling water?
What now?
He dipped his nuts into boiling oil because he wanted to capitalize on the banana up the ass thing.
Why?
Because he wanted to ride off the wave of the banana.
When did he do this? Was this a while ago or was this recently?
Oh, this was like a long time ago.
Okay, so
This
it would
was
have
after
been
the banana thing happened.
in the general vicinity of the banana fiasco.
Yeah.
Okay.
I am so confused
He shoved a banana.
I mean, I got it. I'm still confused though, just on general principle.
Somebody posted it to YouTube without his permission, and it became a big thing.
Yeah,
He-
like basically he had a dom, and his dom told him to shove the banana up his ass, and then they posted it to YouTube, and that kind of became like its own thing.
And now, still to this day, people make fun of him with the use of bananas.
Banana, 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 banana.
Anyway, candy canes.
I wasn't even. It wasn't. I didn't think it was possible that I could like banana. I could not like bananas anymore than I do. Prove me wrong.
Yeah, phallic symbol. Anyway, candy canes.
Still, man, like whoever likes bananas, I will never get it because it's just they're not good. They don't taste good.
You might not be eating them when they're ripe enough, is the thing, because most
Well,
people
okay.
buy bananas when they're green or yellow. When in actuality, bananas when they're actually ripe are supposed to have the little brown flecks on them.
Well, to be
And
fair, I prefer vegetables over fruit. So,
oh, that's right. You don't like fruit in general.
well, no,
Don't
okay.
you particularly have a thing against strawberries, if I remember correctly?
I don't like strawberries just because like they're kind of like too sweet. But I have a thing. I have a major thing against apples.
Oh, that's right. Your thing with apples. I was thinking of somebody else who had a thing against strawberries.
And I feel like Corrupt's going to ask me, what is my problem with apples?
I mean, you did open the door.
Yeah, I did. So I don't know what is up, but every time I take a bite of an apple, no matter what kind of apple it is, mostly it is red. It's like red apples, right?
Red delicious apples.
I guess I never really looked into what apple I get.
Right, okay. But he tends to get rotten apples more often than not.
Yeah, I bite into rotten apples or
Ooh.
with rotten spots in them. Every time I get an apple, it's either rotten or it has a rotten spot that I bite into.
Okay, well, here's what therefore needs to happen then. What needs to happen then is the next time it's October, you need to come over to my neck of the woods and we'll go apple picking at the local orchard. Because yes, we have a local orchard. Shut up.
God, you're like a woman.
It's
I mean, he
there
is
is
gay,
literally
so
nothing to do in this area for like half an hour's worth of driving. Seriously.
God, I'm sorry. I don't know where that came from.
We're in the middle of the fucking middle of nowhere. Like the most rural part of Pennsylvania you can imagine is where we are. Like my hometown is literally 2 intersections and a side road, and it's not even on most maps. And what's worse is there are actually 2 different Lawrenceville, Pennsylvanias. There's one that's like a suburb of Williamsport, which is like an hour away from me, and then there's my town. So apparently, the asshole that named my town couldn't even be arsed to come up with his own goddamn individual name for it. And so now there are 2 Lawrenceville, Pennsylvanias, and everyone who's ever come to visit me from anywhere other than locally gets confused between the one that's in Williamsport and the one that's here because ours doesn't show up on most maps. Like it'll show up on Google Maps if you type it in, but most of the time it gets Lawrenceville, Pennsylvania, which is the suburb of Williamsport, confused with Lawrenceville, Pennsylvania, which is where I live, which is like 15 minutes away from the New York border. So yeah, my town is so rural and so podunk that it's 2 intersections and a side road, and it doesn't show up on most maps, and it doesn't even have its own goddamn name technically because its name has already been used by a suburb of Williamsport, which is a town like an hour away from here.
you touched a nerve there, Corrupt.
Say that again.
You touched a nerve there.
Seems so. I was not intending to do that.
Like you guys don't seem to understand just how rural my area is when I say I live in a rural area. Like it is the middle of goddamn nowhere.
I also like to point out the hilarious fact is that me and Corrupt seem to be more redneck than Dalton.
Somehow, yes.
And
Although
I'm a city
Corrupt
boy.
defense, he's from Georgia, so he probably
Okay,
is
that's
more redneck than me.
I'm from Georgia, like deep south, bro.
I'm a Yankee.
Yeah, we're both Yankees technically, but my town is so rural and so quote unquote country that it might as well be southern.
Although I guess I'm also technically in Midwest, so
Yeah, Indiana.
yeah. Huh.
Let me see here.
Anyway,
So Dalton, tell us about your sex life.
Okay,
has
so I
none.
dated a guy for almost a year. Okay, so we broke up actually like 3 days before last Valentine's Day. So it would have been March of 2019 that we met. Or no, it was like right as the COVID was like when COVID restrictions was becoming a thing. So it was like from March of 2020 through like February of this year I was dating someone, but we actually never got to meet up because of COVID restrictions, and we ended up breaking up because we couldn't make the long distance relationship work. Apart from that, I literally have no sex life. And thank you once again for rubbing salt in the wound of no one will ever love Dalton because Dalton is an unlovable prick. But I digress.
I think you're lovable.
And on we move for the sake of my sanity and brains fire to never talk about this again.
Don't ask me about mine because I have none.
Sure, you have something going
Nope.
on.
No.
Not
Neither of us. As far as I'm aware, we're both virgins still.
Oh, wow.
Well, to be fair, every girl I've come across is a total bitch. So I call it as I see it. Okay.
Oh my god, that just made me laugh too much.
Well, in your defense, it's not much easier in the male side of things either, because most people that you actually meet on dating apps are fuckboy twits who just want to bang once and never talk to you again. So heaven help you if you actually want a decent goddamn relationship from anyone.
Also, I have like a very specific type. Dawn is aware of this type.
Yes.
And that type of woman is, and I do mean woman, not a girl, a woman. I can't stress that, does not exist anymore.
And Corrupt already knows my particular types and standards when it comes to men, so
yes.
Those types are also rare. Even rarer when you consider that the people who you do meet that tend to be like that also tend to be fuckboy twits who don't want relationships, they just want fuck buddies. And it really fucking irritates me. Especially given for as much as the like gay romance subgenre is dominated by my particular desired relationship, you'd think there would be more IRL examples of it somewhere. For as popular as it is in gay fiction, you'd think there would be more people looking for that kind of relationship.
What, like large dominating men dominating twinks?
Well, that yes, but also like the weaker nerdy guy and the sweet bruiser jock character.
Gee, I wonder who the former is.
Well, yeah.
Like how Tom just kind of surrendered. It's like, well, yeah.
Well, I mean, again, it's like I cannot dispute the thing you are saying, so I'm not going to. It's like, again, fuck your completely accurate statement, but yes.
Yeah, and again, my type of woman, and again, specify woman is non-existent. And because every girl I come across is a complete and utter, so, bitch.
No, they exist. You just gotta work to find them, dude. Go to like a gymnastics gym or something. I'm sure there'll be plenty of the like.
So, what is your idea? What is your ideal woman?
Wonder Woman.
What, like?
He wants a woman capable of kicking his ass and taking no prisoners, basically.
You want like a dominant alpha woman or something?
No, it's again,
He-
like
He wants Ellen Ripley from Aliens, basically.
You want like a
No.
domineering? You want like a domineering, muscular woman?
I just want a badass woman who's also, again, a Wonder Woman. Someone who has that strength and power, but is also a good person,
Okay.
kind heart, and all that.
And I
I
still
hear you.
say that whenever you get around to reading the Dresden Files, you are actually going to fall in love with Karen Murphy. Because she is your ideal. She is basically your ideal woman.
Yeah.
He also tends to like older women. That's something I've also noticed, but we won't go any more into that than we have to. Anyway, back on topic before we splurge any of our other private and personal stories onto the internet.
Alright. That
All
sounds like a
time.
plan to me. Oh no.
Candy
Yeah.
canes.
Yeah.
Alright, let's go.
Where the sound of Christmas carols could be heard. Another agent ran into a Santa lawn ornament and was promptly force-fed a quart of eggnog and was then dragged into a home. A fourth agent was handed a gift by a child entity, but apparently was not enthusiastic enough about it, leading to the agent being
Okay, that one I can almost understand because I mean, for one thing, you're working and you know about these entities, and for another thing, like it gave you a gift. Now, granted, the gift might not have been to your liking, but you probably should have opened it first before being meh.
I got nothing.
Candy canes. Unless you had anything to add. No?
Wait, say that again?
I asked you if you had anything to add to this particular section.
I like the idea of someone being force-fed eggnog. I don't know why that just sounds hilarious to me. Like these entities sound like really, really, really particular about Christmas. Like holy shit.
And I can get it to some extent, but it's still like you might have crossed over into the territory of a little bit too rich for my blood there.
I'm just saying, if they try to like get me into a house, I'm blasting motherfuckers. I'm blasting.
I'm sure we have a spare gun somewhere you could probably use.
See, it's things like that is why I continue to make fun of your hillbilly heritage.
Again, fuck your completely accurate summation, but yes.
Oh my god. I just thought of a nickname for you, bud.
I'm going to hate you for this, but
Okay,
go
well,
ahead.
for any Jeff Dunham fans, this is for you. I hereby decree that Dalton, whenever I mock him about being a country boy, he shall be now known as Bubba D.
I mean, your name is Dalton, for example. Like that's kind of a country ass name.
Really?
I like Bubba D. I like Bubba D. There we go.
Really, because I always thought Dalton always sounded more like a sophisticated name.
Yeah, posh.
Really?
Which does kind of fit me because I'm kind of the it's weird that I'm all like I'm the firstborn, but I'm also kind of the odd one out sometimes because like everyone in my area loves like hunting and fishing and all that nonsense, and I'm just like I'm just gonna sit here in my room reading books and then maybe catch a theater performance when I get the opportunity. Sorry. Like my one of my friends from high school used to compare me to Frasier from Frasier and Cheers.
Oh my God, I could see it. You do have a definite Frasier vibe to you.
Yep.
I need to watch Fraser and Cheers.
Yes, you do. You should have been doing that anyway, because honestly, as far as sitcoms go, they're pretty good. But
Dude, I am 22. Okay? Those shows were before my time.
they were before mine too. I purposely sought them out because they were classic. But what's your excuse?
I wasn't into them as I was growing up.
I'm
I
sorry.
had a lot of
what?
other things to do.
Well, yeah, you were busy going through the proverbial hell of a Frank Miller story.
I'm sorry about that. Somebody called me.
No, me and Dawn was getting on my case about the fact that I've never seen Cheers or Frasier.
Well, not just that. You've not seen a lot of things.
Again,
Uh,
I am the youngest here. Okay?
Yeah, but yeah, you at some point you have to actually search out things. But if you ever visit me IRL, that's what we'll probably spend most of the time doing is me force feeding you bits of pop culture you should have been in on years ago.
I'm not watching The Godfather.
You don't want to watch
Hey,
the
that's fine. I don't really like Godfather Part 1 is fine, but I don't really like the sequels very much.
Godfather. I thought Godfather was a little boring, honestly.
Yeah, honestly, as far as like mafia movies go, I much prefer Goodfellas to The Godfather.
Ooh, Goodfellas and Casino are my shit. Those are great movies.
I've
Yeah,
never seen those.
And we will now have to make sure he sees Goodfellas.
Uh,
Interesting.
okay, the reason why I don't like Godfather is more so the overbuilt nature of it. It's like everyone says how it's such a great.
Everyone says how great it is, and then you watch it, and it's like it's not that great. So yeah,
I've never
I get
seen it, but it's just again like the whole thing of like I'm kind of turned off when like you have such a big
When they're
acclaim
hype.
for it. Yeah.
Fair enough. But this actually is bringing back a lot of funny memories for me because how me and my middle brother got close was I started showing him classic movies that he hadn't seen to kind of figure out what he was interested in, and he absolutely loved Goodfellas, Shawshank Redemption, Breakfast Club. Those were the three movies that he absolutely loved that I showed him.
Like one of my favorite like kind of older movies compared to like my age is The Crow.
Yes, I know.
I mean, that
It's a classic to me.
that scene, that's pretty on the nose, actually.
Mm-hmm. But I find it amusing that I might end up showing Brainstormer Goodfellas in the same way I ended up showing my little brother Goodfellas.
I think the only Martin Scorsese movie I've seen is the Hugo movie,
Was that?
which I
Yeah, that
which
was
I
Martin Scorsese, yeah.
which I thoroughly enjoyed.
I like a lot of Martin Scorsese stuff. He's good, although he's woefully ignorant and arrogant when it comes to superhero movies, as we've covered on this show many times. He's one of those old school, old Hollywood types that's like, movies aren't the way they were in my day, and that makes them bad because reasons.
You know what? Hold on. I'm gonna do something. Martin Scorsese was right. There you go.
I'm on the fence about it. Like I could kind of get what he means, but also like I think the place is coming up.
I just get sick of every time a comic book movie looks like it might be bad. It's like, is this the end of the superhero movie? Is this the end of the superhero movie? Is this the end of the superhero movie? I'm like, you never ask that about any other genre. Despite how many bad horror movies there are every given January, you never say, is this the end of the horror genre?
It's because the market is overly saturated with superhero related content. So
is it really though? Because there's like 20 romantic comedies every year, and there's like 6 superhero movies.
I mean, like when you look at it though, like superhero movies are kind of like they do dominate it. Like they're basically like this, right? It's like you have the Marvel machine, which is what it is. Then you have these other like superhero related franchises, and people think, oh, is this the death of this? Because they're popular, for the most part, even though they haven't been as popular this phase, for the most part, they're popular. So
well, they're the thing currently sustaining Hollywood. Just like every time a new genre comes on the scene, it becomes the hottest thing for about 20 years, and then eventually they become normal, and everyone just kind of goes, "Well, duh."
I mean, the thing is, they're really popular. So, or at least like Spider-Man is popular, not so much the ones that came before previously, but like, so people think, oh, will this be the thing? Will this be the thing that signals the end of superhero movies?
Because what I find really annoying is, number one, it's the thing currently sustaining Hollywood. If there weren't superhero movies, there really wouldn't be a big franchise sustaining Hollywood right now. And yet every art school educated hipster critic on the planet, every time their superhero movies show one moment of weakness, it's like blood in the water around sharks. Yes, die, superhero movies, die already. And it's like, bitch, number one, they're what's sustaining Hollywood, and number two, you literally never do this with any other goddamn genre. Stop having such a hate boner for this genre, please.
I mean, the genre, so like phase 4 or whatever has been like not that great, right?
Yeah.
So people just assume that. So like you could make an argument that there could be like possible burnout, but then you have Spider-Man. So
Yeah, No Way Home making $1 billion in its second weekend and well on its way to $2 billion now. So.
But then you can like look at the other movies and you can kind of get the idea. Is there burnout?
Personally, I don't think so. I think it was how those movies in particular were handled. Because, like as an example, Black Widow should have been released around the time that Captain Marvel was released. In fact, probably should have been released instead of Captain Marvel.
Oh yeah.
But instead, it was released as the transition movie to Phase 4, which it has absolutely bumfuck nothing to do with. Shang-Chi is the best of the three, and it's reflected in its box office, especially given that there was a worldwide pandemic at the time. It still managed to make about as much as the first Thor did. Eternals was completely bass-ackwards from floor to ceiling, and deliberately insulted Jack Kirby's legacy because I guess Chloe Zhao and Kevin Feige wanted it to have Oscar potential. They just forgot to make a good movie to go along with any of that. And in so doing, they made basically the opposite movie they should have made. They should have made it akin to Guardians 1 and 2, Thor 3, and James Gunn's Suicide Squad, or something along those lines. But instead, they made it this ponderous, super serious bullshit like Thor the Dark World, and surprising no one, it performed like Thor the Dark World. Spider-Man No Way Home is making $1 billion and change because it's a movie A, people wanted to see in general anyway, and B, it actually is a good version of what it purports to be instead of just cynically rinsing the money from the audience like the, soulless pay piggies that a lot of Hollywood seems to think they are. And in the same vein, once Phase 4, honest to goodness, gets rolling with like Doctor Strange 2, Thor 4, probably Black Panther 2, all those, it'll probably pick up, and we'll be wondering to ourselves, why did we think Phase 4 was going to end again, everything again? Oh, because there were 3 movies in a row that were poorly handled in the middle of a pandemic. So, whatever.
I mean, even if you want to say like Spider-Man is in the middle of a pandemic, so I don't think you can completely like.
No, you can't say that anymore because that was when Shang-Chi came out. It was like 6 months ago, so it's not like most people don't really buy into Omicron at all.
And then you have the Eternals, which has like no excuse. I don't think.
Well, yeah, no. The excuse for Eternals is that they did the exact opposite movie they should have made. They should have made it over the top and zany, like Guardians of the Galaxy, Thor 3, Shazam, or James Gunn's Suicide Squad. But instead, they made it ponderous, over serious, and dark, like Thor: The Dark World. And surprise, fucking surprise, it has a reputation very similar to Thor: The Dark World as being one of Marvel's worst movies, because you can't take something that's deliberately over the top and remove all the over the top bits and expect people to still show up to be interested in it, especially because the over the top Kirby like zaniness is probably what would have gotten butts in seats, given that nobody had heard of the Eternals prior to this, just like it did with Guardians of the Galaxy. But instead, they wanted to make it an Oscar bait movie, and instead of making it a movie worthy of Oscars and getting Oscars that way, they tried to do the lazy Oscar bait route of just put a bunch of things in it the Academy likes, and it doesn't matter if the fans don't like it, or even though that's the exact opposite mentality that's made Marvel successful up until this point. But I guess maybe Kevin Feige got hoodwinked by Chloe Zhao, or he really wants to shut the elite of the Hollywood system up, which I empathize with that notion because, like I said, I'm getting really, really sick of every time there looks like there might be a moment of weakness for the superhero genre. It's like blood in the water. But my standing approach to that is just keep making movies as good as you can, and screw the uppity twits who think that movies were better 50 years ago or whatever the fuck. Anyway, that's a complete sidebar from what we were doing. So, candy canes. Whenever Brainstormer comes back.
All right, let me see.
Yeah, he just messaged in the private chat that he'd be right back. So, I'm assuming he had technical difficulties. But yeah, I don't blame Eternals, Black Widow, and Shang-Chi on superhero fatigue. I blame them partially on a pandemic was happening at the time, and I blame them partially on Marvel just not knowing what they were going to do with those 3 movies. But I think Spider-Man No Way Home shows that there is still an appetite for Marvel movies. They just have to keep an eye on the quality standards.
I mean, I think there's an argument for. I think that's more or less true. Like, if you make a good movie, people will watch it regardless.
Yeah, because like even outside of Marvel, a lot of people are really, really excited for the Black Adam movie because the Black Adam movie looks badass. A lot of people are really excited for the Robert Pattinson Batman movie because it looks like it's doing it. It looks like it's doing a new take on Batman that's really interesting. And a lot of people are excited for Shazam 2 because it looks like it's going to take what was good about the first one and make it epic. So even outside of the Marvel machine, as you put it, there are still good superhero movies that I think are probably going to end up drawing an audience. It's just a matter of, do you know what to do with this IP or don't you know what to do with this IP? Like Eternals is a classic case of they not only didn't know what to do with this IP, they did the exact opposite of everything they probably should have done.
I like with the Eternals, and then you had Black Widow. Like, I'd say, I don't know.
That one I mostly blame on timing because if it had come out earlier, it probably would have done okay.
No, Black Widow was terrible though. Like,
it was bad, but I blame it mostly on you released it after we all know she died. So and you didn't make it about the Budapest fiasco. Because I was thinking when I heard they were making a Black Widow prequel movie that they were finally going to talk about whatever Hawkeye and Black Widow did together in Budapest, but apparently not. Instead, it's this stupid Taskmaster, but she's a girl now because reasons thing, and it's all feministy and. Ugh. Anyway.
It was really feminist, and it was really annoying.
Yeah, and that's it shows a deliberate misunderstanding of why we like Black Widow. We like Black Widow because she is a strong female character, but she's not a feminist character. She doesn't need the patriarchy as an excuse for why she's powerful or why she's tough. She just kicks ass and takes name because she is that kind of woman. And that's 90% of what's missing from modern day Hollywood. If you want to make strong female characters, make strong female characters. There's a vast difference between a actually strong female character and an ideologically feminist character. Because actually, if we're going by statistics, it's somewhere between 91 and 80% of all women don't identify with feminism.
Pretty much, yeah. A large percentage of women don't identify with feminism.
Yeah, I think I'm thinking of two different statistics. One might have been in the US and one was in the UK, but
so in the UK, I think it's like 70. I think it's like 80% don't identify with feminism, and in the
UK, it's like 22 or 23% or something. Yeah, identify as feminist, and the other 80% don't. And then over here, it's even worse. It's like 8% or 8% of women identify with feminism, and the rest don't.
Yeah, exactly. It's actually really low.
Yeah.
Hello.
But
I'm back.
The 8% or 20% of whatever that does apparently run our government, our corporations, and our academia. So
a lot of it's because a lot of that stems from them. They captured the entertainment industry, and academia, and academia. So
it's the zeitgeist of the upper class, basically, is what it is. It's like 20 years ago when every major politician was explicitly a Christian and did all that moralizing pearl clutching shit. It's just the same thing, but from the left angle now. Anyway, I've got to go deal with my cat because she's meowing for some reason, and I'm thinking she probably wants out.
All right.
So, Brainstormer, are you back?
Yeah, I'm back. Sorry, my internet crapped out real quick. I had to fix it, so I'm back.
Hello?
You want to watch the movie now? I mean, the story.
Yeah, you guys cue that up while I deal with my cat, and also I can't hear Brainstormer, so I'm gonna have to jump out and jump back in. Fabulous.
How you doing, Brainstormer?
Yeah, pretty good. Like I said, the whole thing with like internet crapping out.
My internet was dead for a few weeks, so I hear you.
Yeah, I was watching on my phone when you guys were talking. I was getting everything fixed, so I got the gist of it all. I don't really have anything to add to the whole thing. I think I did my piece on a lot of it. I think this, because for me, again, I've done like writing and stuff mostly. So my problem mainly with those things is like the story and the characters were never really put at the forefront of
Yeah.
making those movies. Like with Black Widow, like, and I did like a Twitter thread thing where I pitched like an idea for Taskmaster if they were going to keep that character. I didn't do like a full on rewrite. Hey, Don.
Okay, now we're back.
Yeah.
So-
I was just having a brief talk about like what you guys were talking about before because I was watching it like on my phone while I was getting everything fixed on my end.
Technical difficulties again?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah. It's an old router that we have. I think we got it back
Mm-hmm.
in 2010
Uh-huh.
or 11. Not entirely sure. We had it for a while. That's basically all there is to it.
Has Martin tried fixing it with paper clips and gum yet? He strikes me as the kind of guy who would try that.
No, you just unplug it and plug it back in.
Okay.
Seems to work mostly. Yeah, I was talking about like what I would, how like superhero movies, like specifically like Eternals and Black Widow, how they did put like characters in the story first, which I think personally was kind of their downfall.
Yep.
And I am proposing now an idea how you could have fixed that with Taskmaster, because I feel like that's kind of where like it fell mostly for me at least for that character.
Mm-hmm.
Because in the comics, Taskmaster is a really cool character.
Yeah. Taskmaster was in the movie for all of like 10 minutes and did nothing.
You know what's weird is I don't have a problem with it being a female. I think that could have worked. There's actually like a piece of art that I saw that someone did a design of a task mistress that I thought was really cool.
Mm-hmm.
If I could find it, I would pull it up here, but I feel like sidetracking there. It's on DeviantArt, I think. But the idea
Emphasis on the deviancy, lol.
You say that, but I've never really found a lot of deviant art, so to speak.
Yeah, because look up inflation.
No.
See, the thing is, I don't look for that stuff. Is the thing.
Nor should you.
I just look for good art, which there is a lot on there, and like and like this is a side tangent for me, but the fact that comics today are not getting those artists online really pisses me off because there are great artists. Specifically on Deviant.
I know they hire a lot of cheap artists from like Tumblr that'll work for like basically nothing.
But they don't hire the good ones is the problem. There's an ideological like art school mentality of like beauty standards are oppressive, so we need to directly oppose them by making deliberately bad art and derp. And it's just like, fuck you. So like, fuck you.
See, they say that, but then which is specifically for female designs, I assume, and then they go around and have like these super hypersexualized like male designs,
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
Yeah, but they're not even good at that, because half the time when they introduce a male character that's supposed to be attractive, they either make him an asshole or they make him gay, and instead of actually letting a character be gay on their own terms, they turn them into Big Gay
Icewind.
Al from South Park, basically.
So Icewind.
Big gay, yeah, that precisely, yeah.
I mean, what did they do to Iceman? They turned him into Big Gay Al from South Park. What are they doing to Jonathan Kent? They're turning him into a slightly moody and emo version of Big Gay Al from South Park.
Yeah, they are.
See,
They
again,
make
my
gay characters, yeah.
Yeah,
we
they
have to
don't
go
they
on
don't
a
make
bunch-
characters who are gay. They make characters who are avatars of gayness instead.
Yeah,
Yes.
and like the thing is, I would be totally okay with John Kent being like the new Superman and bisexual, which I think they made him.
Yeah.
If they
At
had
least
built
they're finally acknowledging that bisexuality is a thing rather than just flipping the sexuality switch.
I'd be fine with it, and I've said this so many times, is if they built up to it and like gave us a decade or so to know John Kent as a character.
And also if they were willing to tell interesting stories with him, because here's the thing, even though I don't like the idea of him being basically this authoritarian bash the fash style Superman, even though I don't really like the idea of him being that, there is some interesting story potential there. If, for example, he accidentally hurt someone that he loved by being too aggressive and authoritarian and losing control of his strength.
He's a
If he-
bash the fash type of superhero now. Oh,
Yeah,
that's
they turned Jonathan Kent into basically superhero Antifa, and they had a rant in the issue where he became Superman, or where he took over from Clark, where he basically pulled the "you didn't know how to do this right, Dad, even though you've been doing it for many, many decades. I know how to do it better than you because I'm college educated." Derp. That whole emo angsting son of a bitchin' thing.
that sounds awful. Holy shit.
Yeah, we covered it, and the hilarious thing is the entertainment journalists who are always ready and willing to say Superman is a fascist because derp. They applauded Jonathan Kent for doing more than his father, quote unquote, and playing a more direct role than his father. And I'm like, will you decide, please, which you want? Either you can have a Superman who is not authoritarian and doesn't interfere with things, in which case you're going to be pissed off with him for not doing enough, or you can actually have an aggressive, take charge Superman, but he will probably end up being basically a fascist.
Right.
But that was the hilarious thing, was for all of these people's Antifa leanings, when a character starts acting fascist, as long as he has the right worldview, they're not only fine with it, but they encourage it and say he's better than his father was.
Yeah, I agree.
It's just like, so do you want fascism, but only your specific brand of fascism, or are you actually opposed to the concept of we did a video on it already. I don't need to bring it up again. It's just it flummoxes me.
They want their brand of fascism.
Right. Hey,
Yeah.
Corrupt. You know what's funny?
What's funny?
I'm more of a Superman fan than Dawn, and yet he gets the most passionate about this specific thing.
Well,
than I
I'm
do.
sorry, but philosophy is a thing, and like you can't out of one side of your face say I'm anti-fascist and then get cream in your underwear when it comes time for a character who wasn't previously fascist to actually become fascist,
I mean,
especially a character that you were already previously calling fascist, even though he basically wasn't.
we all know why. We all know why, though, right? Because they're hypocrites.
Yeah, because it's their worldview, and they can't see their own authoritarianism as authoritarianism.
I think
it's special pleading. It's okay when we do it.
I think some of them do, and I think some of them don't have. And I think those who do know don't have a problem with it. They probably see it as the means to an end, like Vaush is like that. If
we do the authoritarian uprising, we'll totally do it right this time. Trust us. Cut to 5 minutes later, where they're all shot by their own guards because they're the first against the wall, like every other intellectual throughout history, whoever supported a communist revolution.
I mean, they're hypocrites, you know.
Right, the whole Black Widow Taskmaster thing. Basically, I proposed the idea because I did some research, and apparently in the comics, Black Widow has a clone son.
Really?
Yeah, it's a very like obscure thing, apparently. And so I thought, with the story that was being set up with her, with Black Widow in the MCU about how her wanting to be a mother or finding a family and stuff. Well, she found like an actual biological tie to her instead of like surrogates, who was kind of went through what she went through in her youth, who was under control, who was manipulated, brainwashed, and all that, like she was when she worked for the Red Room. And I think that just opens up a lot of like character interactions and also just an interesting arc for Taskmaster.
Yeah, that would be interesting. It's too bad they don't care enough about the coherency of story logic or in-universe justification to actually bother with any of this.
It does hold a lot of interesting storytelling potential for her to have a clone human son. That
And
also interesting too.
But that would require acknowledging what Joss Whedon set up in Age of Ultron, which apparently Twitter hated horribly. Because it implied that she cared that she was infertile, and women aren't supposed to care if they're infertile or not, because that's them defining themselves by traditional femininity. So,
mainly because I see it from like the character's point of view is like.
No, I know, and I agree with you. It's just that was the Twitter mob justification for why they hated it, was just how dare she be upset that she's infertile, Derp? Because that's traditional femininity, and that's not allowed anymore.
I mean, it was taken from her. She didn't really have a choice. So
apparently, in the Twitter feminist sphere, what should have happened is she should have just ignored it because it didn't matter to her at all to begin with. It's not like women actually enjoy being mothers.
I'll be right back. Hold on.
right.
You guys continue. I just gotta go do something.
Alrighty. Anyway, Candy Canes for like the 500th time we've tried to do it without getting sidetracked.
I do think we are going to cut this video a little short, like halfway through, so we can move on to the next one because it is getting kind of late. And
yeah, shit, it's almost midnight.
Yeah.
I guess having the three of us together resulted in more tangents than usual.
Well, it is corrupt.
This is true. Anyway, Candy Canes.
Candy Canes.
Where the sound of Christmas carols could be heard. Another agent ran into a Santa lawn ornament and was promptly force-fed a quart of eggnog and was then dragged into a home. A fourth agent was handed a gift by a child entity, but apparently was not enthusiastic enough about it, leading to the agent being attacked by...
Ah, shit.
Yeah, we covered this bit already.
Yeah, sorry. I had to open it up, and that's where it was like, where it was at.
Yeah, okay.
So, I don't know why it's not there. That's weird. Anyway, shall we?
Candy Canes.
Candy Canes.
A group of child entities. Once per month, the entities will attempt to leave their neighborhood and enter surrounding communities, an occurrence referred to by the Foundation as a Noel event. During this event, each entity will carry a long string of Christmas lights and attempt to attach these lights to any nearby house.
This would, I mean, my instincts would say, is there really anything wrong doing this in December? But it would probably devolve into a Christmas every day type scenario, and that wouldn't go well.
No, it really wouldn't.
Candy Canes.
Okay.
which converts them into further instances of 784. This is a pretty big problem, so to combat it, the Foundation has personnel dressed in Santa outfits at the exit to the neighborhood, where they sing Christmas carols and hand out eggnog laced with a sedative to the entities. It takes
I won't lie. That's actually one of the smartest ploys they've ever done.
Yeah, I gotta give it to them for that one.
Candy canes.
Candy canes.
a while, and personnel have to appear friendly and cheerful the entire time, but eventually the entities will fall unconscious and be taken back into houses. If this countermeasure fails, the Foundation releases an aerosolized sleeping gas.
Oh, okay. Give me 1 sec. I'm gonna. Yeah, sorry. I'm just gonna close this real quick because ads.
Yep.
Okay. Let me back on. There we go. Candy canes.
Candy canes.
Speaking of decorations, SCP-1225 is a small spindle-shaped glass ornament, and when hung on a tree, bush, or other woody plant, it begins to cause the accelerated decay of any object in a closed container within 4 meters. The decay is much faster than normal, but not absurdly so, equaling about 1 year's worth of time within.
This one is fucking horrible. This one genuinely kind of scares me. Candy canes.
Candy canes.
24 hours, and maxing out at about 10 years worth of time after 3 weeks. Clothing and plush items in these containers will become faded and threadbare, with ripped seams and broken fasteners. Metal, plastic, or glass objects will display chips, cracks, scratches, and heavy corrosion.
See, this is why this object is creepy, because like if it just accelerated time, that wouldn't be so terrifying. But the fact that it accelerates time and also puts the object through the worst treatment possible, that's what gets me, because sadly enough, I've been a collector of antiques since I was 6 years old, and I, for lack of a better phrase, have a lot of empathy for objects, and like just the idea of something getting damaged like this is bad. Never mind it being applied to humans and everything else, also making it creepy. But that's goddamn horrible for somebody who loves antiques to imagine objects being treated that way at an accelerated rate of time. Goddamn it! Not to go full object lives matter, but yeah, why not? At this point.
Welcome back, Corrupt.
Thank you. I've never heard of Object Lives Matter. I like that.
Oh,
Yeah,
Object Lives Matter.
something I just made up. I thought it worked as a meme.
Toasters are people too.
I've actually had the same toaster for actually my entire life. So
We had ours for a freaking long time too. It was like 10 or 12 years before we had to get a new one.
So 20 years. I've had it for over 20 years. Maybe even longer, actually. Still works.
We still have a Grinch waffle maker somewhere that we had when I was like 5 years old that we still have somewhere.
I need to get waffles, man. I haven't had them in months.
Waffles are tasty. Anyway, candy canes.
As soon as like this SCP is done being talked about, we are going to move it to the next video.
Yeah,
All
and
right.
I guess we'll save this for next year rather than next time.
Yeah.
Because by then we'll be in 2022.
Anyway, candy canes.
Candy canes.
Electronics will result in fatal shutdowns within a few minutes of use, and foodstuffs will become stale or moldy. Living organisms in containers will not die, but will display health problems consistent with age, malnourishment, neglect, or abuse. A second effect of
And this is part of what makes this object so creepy, because if it was just time, if it was just like accelerated aging, that would be one thing, but it's also not only accelerated time, but it's also the worst hypothetical treatment of a person or a thing in that time. Because, like, again, speaking for my obscure, antique loving self, like, if I genuinely take care of something well, 10 years is nothing as far as like accelerated aging goes. But if it also, but it forces, this object forces like the worst treatment onto any given thing it's exposed to, which just, the implications of that as far as humans are already annoying enough, but it's also like, nothing should have to be exposed to this. I think this object might need to be sent to the GOC so they can gank it.
Global Occult Coalition for anyone who doesn't know. What
Yeah,
that
and
means.
for anyone that doesn't know the SCP Foundation lore, the GOC is a competing organization that is more interested in destroying objects than cataloging them. Which I just generally like. I don't say this should be destroyed very often, but this object should be destroyed by the Foundation, or at least stolen by the GOC and then destroyed.
I know there's like several competing SCP like organizations, and I think one of the major ones is one that wants to create like anarchy or something.
The Chaos
The
Insurgency.
Chaos Insurgency.
Yeah,
Yep.
the Chaos Insurgency. Thank you.
Yeah, they want to basically have the supernatural world exposed to the public and just have people live with it.
Which sounds good on paper.
Yeah,
but
I can buy into that to some extent with the more like safe SCPs, but some SCPs are literal like universe destroyers, and they probably should be locked up somewhere. Like, I fully support the idea we should give the public access to 999 or the like Healor teddy bear creature or the iPod things, but the public does not need to have access to the Scarlet King. The Scarlet King will bring nothing but doom.
Also, the name Chaos Insurgency kind of turns you off when you really consider it.
Well, I mean, I've known actual like anarcho-capitalists, and I've been exposed to several anarcho-communists, so it's not like stupid anarchist sub-factions are not a plausible and likely thing to happen, but yeah,
I do like the name, the Chaos Insurgency. That just sounds kind of dope.
yeah, it's a cool name, but also they're fucking nuts because they're basically like they view the sentient SCPs as prisoners, and they want to basically mass jailbreak all the SCPs, which again works for me in theory when it comes to the more peaceful ones, but 682 exists.
Also, there are some humanoid SCPs that can be very, very dangerous.
Yeah, Abel, Methuselah, aka God.
The old man.
Yeah. Although, to be fair, I don't think the old man, I wouldn't call that his fault. The teenage Cthulhu in theory, but I genuinely feel like if the Foundation just got off their ass and treated him kind of like Hellboy and got them on their side, that could actually be a ridiculously positive relationship that they could build. But that would require the Foundation having the first clue of how to treat a sapient being, and they don't. So,
I guess it's also because, like, on one hand, you could have an ally, but if anything happened, like, you basically have a weapon of mass destruction.
well, but they have a weapon of mass destruction anyway. So my thinking is, if you have a weapon of mass destruction anyway, and it's going to go off sooner or later anyway, because the teenage Cthulhu is maturing eventually, and he's going to become, an elder god regardless. An elder god that's on the side of humanity, broadly speaking, and on the side of the people who want to maintain order, sounds to me like a much better idea than an elder god who eventually gets bored being locked up and just goes, you know what, you can all fucking die.
I suppose it's a risk versus reward situation, I guess.
Well, that's why I made the reference to Hellboy, because in theory, Hellboy is also a massive security risk, but at the same time, it's like, would I rather a demon who has the power to destroy all humanity be against humanity or in favor of humanity? I think, broadly speaking, would rather he be in favor of humanity. Like, of these two obviously shitty situations, I would much rather a archdemon who thinks he's a superhero than an archdemon who is just waiting for the day he can destroy all of humanity.
Personally, I think every.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, personally, I think every faction in the SCP universes are a bunch of fucking idiots.
Except for Marshall Carter and Dark, they seem to know what they're doing. They just also happen to be stupid sometimes.
Well, at least the factions I know about, which are kind of the main players, Foundation, Chaos Insurgency, Global Occult Coalition,
Church of the Broken God, the Sarkites. Dr. Wondertainment, I can't really say I have any issues with, although he needs to learn what humans are capable of and moderate his toys accordingly.
Yeah.
And the Scarlet King can just go fuck himself. I hope the idea that 999 is his final child and is actually going to oppose him is accurate, because I enjoy the possibility of an apocalyptic future being saved by a literal glob of joy. Anyway, banana or candy canes.
Yep.
Affects anyone that spends more than 4 hours every 24 hours near the ornament. They will begin to display increased levels of aggression, anger, and irritability, decreased patience and frustration tolerance, and exaggeration of negative or annoying personal traits, such as overeating, alcohol consumption, snoring, and unpleasant body odor. More than one person in the area will result in fights.
Sorry, went over a bit.
Yeah, I very rarely, if ever, say this object should be destroyed, but either lock it away in like a vault that you never open again, or just smash the thing. Candy canes.
Yep.
And snoring and unpleasant body odor. More than one person in the area will result in fights, both verbal and physical, with 27.5% of cases ending in serious injuries or fatalities. Even when not placed on a plant, 1225's effect still occurs, albeit much more slowly.
Yeah, this should just be ended. Candy canes.
Candy canes.
Apparently, though, personnel taken from SCP-784 are less affected by the ornament for some reason. 1225 is titled The Worst Christmas, as it seems to bring out some of the worst possibilities of the holiday.
Yeah.
Now, I know what you've been...
Okay. So we're gonna stop.
That's a good place to leave it. We can pick up on this next December.
All right.
And then the next video. I forget what the second video actually was.
You're gonna have to give me a sec to get it up.
Okay.
Um, ah. Eh,
What's up?
I'm just
Uh-huh.
yeah. Sorry, I'm just setting up the next video.
All right.
All right. So this is from College Humor.
Oh, that's right. This was the one you found, right?
Yeah. This is really not one to, really for us to like debate or talk about. It's more so just it's the whole just kind of turn our brains off and watch and have fun.
Although, given college humor, it might be cringe, so who knows?
Christmas elves versus fantasy elves.
Well, the problem there is most people are confusing two different kinds of entity. Generally, the kind of elf we're talking about when we talk about like Santa's elves or the elves, quote unquote, from the Elves and the Shoemaker is brownies or kobolds or what's generally referred to as domestic spirits. What people mean when they say elves in like a fantasy context is the high she or the Aoshi, also called the Tuatha Tag or the Hoodoo folk generally, who are basically like the aristocrats of the Fae.
Dalton,
Yes.
you are the only motherfucker who knows this shit.
I know. But somebody has to, goddammit, and none of y'all seem to care, so I have to care for everyone.
Someone has to. Oh yeah, Dalton also said that I reminded him of like, what's that fucking dwarf thing or something? Some iron dwarf or something.
What the fuck is that? I know what you're talking about, but I can't even like. I remember having that conversation, but I can't remember what I was referencing in relation to it.
In relation to what mythical creature did someone remind you of?
Fuck. That's a good question, and I don't remember what I said.
So something about like something that was mischievous or something. I don't remember.
Yeah, I don't remember either, which is annoying me. Anyway. Candy canes?
Candy canes. He's smoking through a candy cane, like a candy cane pipe.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there are weirder vape setups.
I don't know. I don't vape.
My youngest brother does. That's the only reason why I know.
What, the 14-year-old?
Yes, he vapes.
I didn't know 14-year-olds could vape.
Everyone vapes these days.
Yeah, brainstormer. I know I'm throwing stones from inside a glass house here, but what the fuck is wrong with your generation?
I ask myself that every day. So if I had like, you tell me. You give me an answer.
I don't have an answer for you. It's kind of like when people ask me why are millennials also fucked up, and I'm just like I don't know.
Who knows? Who knows?
Apart
Personally,
from the obvious academic and cultural indoctrination for the last decade or so, but that's neither here nor there. Anyway, candy canes.
candy canes.
Well, frost my toes. Who could that be?
I don't know.
Telario, what a surprise!
Hilario?
I don't really have anything to say, honestly. It's like build up to the joke, obviously. So
Uh-huh. Candy canes.
Greetings, mother and father. Long have been the hours of my journeying to arrive here for Christmas.
What the fudge are you wearing?
Oh, these are my iron silk robes. Light as a feather, but stronger.
You look
Okay, and now I have questions. How in the fuck did two brownies conceive a she?
I think that's the joke. Or one of them,
I
at
know,
least.
but from like a practical mystical standpoint, I'm just like, what the fuck?
I mean, to be fair, there are kids that look nothing like their parents at all.
I know, but it's like yes, technically all of the Fae are Fae, but it's a little bit like saying all animals are Earthlings. It's technically true, but there are species differences. So I'm like, how the unless the sun just grinded on an epic level quest after epic level quest until he like ascended to the rank of she.
I do think this is a Tolkien elf as well, so
Right. So yeah, I'm wondering what in the hell did you what errand did Queen Mab send you on that you eventually ascended into like Fey Lord status? Or actually, no, he's blonde. He probably is a member of Summer Court, not Winter, but that's neither here nor there.
I feel like this is probably the worst video I could have had on the stream due to Dalton being here.
What, you were expecting me not to be a pedantic mythology knowing asshole? How long have we known each other?
I guess I've kind of forgot. I'm not even gonna lie.
Brainstormer shows Dalton incredibly confusing mystical shit. The surprise when Dalton acts like he's examining a fucking new species of ape like Jade Goodall.
That's not bad.
Candy canes.
Unless Corrupt has anything to say. Yes, not.
Danny Canes.
Yeah, okay.
But stronger
You look
than
ridiculous, is what I'm saying.
No.
He does. He does. You ever see an elf wear something like this before? I mean, look, no tights. There's no bells. That long cape, that'll get stuck in a toy machine for sure. Your foreman lets you wear that.
Okay, all the elves in Calendil wear iron silk, Dad.
If you can call them real elves.
In Calendil.
Okay, so now I have practical concerns with this because within the context of like Phalor, he should outrank them now, so he should not be taking their shit with regards to this.
Thank you for
Because
ruining this video, Dalton.
I like how Dalton can't allow himself to relax. He has to be on all the time, so he's
Yeah,
Like it's like telling a mathematician that 2 + 2 = 5. This cannot stand, goddammit.
dude. Okay, I think if you look at it the lens of this not being lore accurate and more so accurate to the perceptions of modern viewing of elves.
So basically, Dalton, it's a categorization thing, right? Like
Yes,
that
it's conflation between the like domestic spirits like Dombai and like brownies and what the fuck is the kobolds and the like high she or 12 tag.
What I mean is
conflating those two things.
Well, what I mean by categorization is that like you can see this is like it's not really meant to be like lore accurate. It's meant to be a joke. And like
I know, but it's still like this is my area of expertise, so I'm just like my brain is trying to invent a way that this can make sense.
It's a joke. It makes sense within the context of the joke.
You gotta learn to compartmentalize a little, even when it comes to things that you're an expert in. You know.
Yeah, see, this is my fault. I thought he could. That's my fault. I thought he could. Okay, so I'm just gonna move along before Dalton goes on a tirade.
Wait, let's let it play out. I want to know what's gonna happen next.
Yeah,
Dalton's
gonna rant. Dalton's gonna rant. That's what's gonna happen.
Let him, let him process it.
We're only a minute 20 in, and this is 4 minutes and 52 seconds long. So
go on then. I can't play the dry humor straight man to this if we don't have more to react to.
Pretty much.
Okay. Candy canes.
Candy cane.
Tell us all about Calendil. How is everything there?
Well, Mom, it's honestly great. The shining jewel of the East, where a multitude of voices rise to sing the secrets of the moon to the forest.
Sounds loud.
You still in that little hut?
Hut? For
That
real?
expensive little hut last time we saw you?
Yet.
Okay, this is funny on just like a judgmental parents thing, but it's still like, bitch, you were domestic spirits. You don't get room to talk to him like that. Anyway, Candy canes.
Next year, I'm never choosing a video like this ever again. Yeah,
I'm playing to type is the thing. I don't think either of you understand the dry humor thing I'm doing. Yes, I'm doing it because it literally does vex me, but it's also playing straight man to the absurdity. I'm playing kind of I'm exaggerating my tendencies just a little bit for like comedic effect.
I hear you.
You playing the straight man. If that ain't ironic, I don't know what is.
Again, fuck your completely accurate summation, and I'll move.
I mean, to be fair,
Dedicated.
I'm literally the only straight man here, so
This is true.
Sometimes you don't act like it.
I
don't-
abstain from comment.
I don't even know how to really respond to that. Yeah. Anyway, let's move on.
Candy cane.
I yet dwell in the house of the crescent moon, if that is what
You know,
you
it's
mean.
much cheaper to live here. There's
Uh-huh.
a gingerbread house for
Oh.
sale on Bubblegum Lane. It only costs 3 songs.
Well, Mom, that sounds great, honestly, but, then I'd have to live here, so
Then what's wrong with living here?
it's
Yeah, so
One
there's
assumes he went on some massive quest to literally change his whatever the Fae have instead of physiology. So I think when your kid literally goes on quests to ascend beyond your species, you should take the hints. So
I'm finding enjoyment in this because it's basically what you get from like stereotypical college kids coming home for the holidays.
it's like young elf ascends to the rank of she. Parents remain domestic spirit. Hijinks ensue. Lol.
Moving on.
Candy canes.
small, and it's quite cold, and everybody who lives here has to work for Santa Claus.
Has
so-
to, gets to. That's good, honest elf work there. What do you do in the big city, huh?
What do I do?
What do you do?
I forge fallen stars into the blades of champions. I whisper enchantments into the shields that guard the realms of men.
At least he's still in manufacturing. I mean, that should make them happy.
I mean, to be fair, yeah. It's not like he's
I mean, he upgraded from making toys to making weaponry. That's you know, what do they call that? Vertical attainment in like corporate spheres.
I have no fucking idea. I'm never getting a corporate job.
Me either. I'd rather shoot myself. Anyway, candy canes.
Don't get me started on jobs in retail.
Oh, jobs in retail are
I
hell.
could almost make a job in retail work if I was selling something I actually enjoyed selling,
Like
instead
books
of
or something.
just generic shit.
I mean, the thing
Yeah,
closest.
if I got a shop in like a bookstore or like a like magic shop, that wouldn't be too bad. I actually, for my high school entrepreneurship class, we had to come up with a business plan for a hypothetical future business of ours, and I wanted to open a oddity shop. I still someday want to, but I don't know where I'll ever get the money to make it work. Anyway, candy canes.
I do want to say the closest I've ever come to working in retail, I think, was like at a restaurant where I was a dishwasher. If that counts.
Mhm.
Oh, all right.
I hated the people. I hated one guy I worked with. He was a total fucking asshat.
Yeah, the little Spanish midget dude you told me about.
Yeah.
The little Spanish midget.
I could say that shit because I'm mostly Hispanic. Just to clarify for those that would call me out on that shit.
Yes, and For those that are worried he doesn't get enough shit for that, believe me, there are plenty of Hispanic jokes to go around all the freaking time.
Yeah, because Dalton's a racist
See also
bastard.
every episode of this podcast since I found that out.
Yeah.
You're
Right.
also Irish, so I get to make fun of you for that too.
And I don't know, 16th Irish, I think.
Close enough.
Or 24th.
I can't make the obvious leprechaun joke though because I'm fairly certain you're taller than me. But
Yeah.
anyway, candy canes.
Yep.
You make money off of that?
Jingle.
But wait, I'm curious. I don't understand. How do people pay for that?
You know, maybe I don't make a toy maker.
Bitch, he's still in manufacturing. What the fuck are you saying? Like the,
I mean, to
know
be fair,
this
it's a
part is
legitimate-
more for
it's a-
the like parent.
To be fair, it's a legitimate question.
How do you make money off of that?
Maybe this is triggering me because when I told my dad I wanted to go into philosophy, that was his first question and his only question so far. So
How do you
like,
make money off of that? Well,
yeah,
can
I
you-
really hate that sort of soulless, pragmatic, money grubbing bullshit.
Well, my
is-
mom's the same way.
If you knew my dad's family, you would know why. Every one of my dad's family is at least a little bit like that. Including me, yes, fair enough, but fuck you.
Sidley's Dalton can admit he's also like that.
Like, okay, so it has its blessing and its curses. Like, for example, never play me in cards ever. You will lose. Because every
I'm
time our
terrible.
family gets together, we always play cards.
Well, I'm terrible at cards.
That
so.
and I cheat using magic, but that's a different story.
The fact that you admit that.
I haven't done it for years. In fact, I've avoided playing cards for years specifically to avoid doing that. But still, I have in the past cheated at cards using magic. So there is that.
Power of magic or mysticism.
Well, it's basically just a probability web.
Yeah, in a way, I
is
can
what
kind of respect
the
it,
technical
but
term
also
for it is.
Technical term for it is what?
The like technical term for it is a probability web. You basically create a web of energy around the cards to sort of act as an intermediary for the laws of probability, and then you basically just draw whatever cards you find desirable to the top of the deck whenever it's your turn.
So like it's probability manipulation, right?
Yeah. I used to be really, really good at that shit when I was younger. I haven't done it for years, so I'm probably not as good as at it now. But yeah, I used to be really good at probability magic. There were a couple times in gym class where I hexed the basketball hoop so that the ball would never go in on either side of the gym. So people just sat with the game stalemated for basically the entire gym class once because I kept hexing it. I got bored in gym class a lot because I often was the storekeeper, so I came up with interesting ways to amuse myself.
I'm surprised they made you go to gym.
They did. They instead of like making me go in the workout room or whatever, they just made me walk a lot, and that was fine mostly, although it was fucking exhausting. And then when it came to playing most games, it ended up me being the scoreboard keeper, which was fine.
Because you didn't have to walk around or do anything.
Not when they were actually playing games. They made me walk when they would go into the workout room. I would just stay outside the room and walk around. the circumference of the gym, or I guess not circumference because it was rectangular, but you know what I fucking mean.
Yeah, I hear you. Fucking tired.
Anyway, candy canes.
Well, I'm curious. I don't understand. Do people pay for that?
You know, maybe I don't make a toy maker's salary, Dad, but at least I'm not a slave to a fat human.
What did you say? You do not talk about Santa like that. Not under this roof. You hear me?
Okay, I'm confused. How do toy makers make more than weapons manufacturers now? I get that it's a joke, but the premise of that joke doesn't make any fucking sense.
Well, there's Santa's elves, and like think about Santa. That dude's loaded. So imagine the elves.
Well, that and also probably overly generous with his workers. Fair enough.
Yeah. Also, again, he's an. Let's assume that this fantasy elf is fantasy elf in an epic fantasy world. Those guys don't really make any money.
He's like an elven blacksmith or something, and he probably just makes like a blacksmith salary. Okay, that's fair enough.
Or if gets paid at all, mainly because like he's just building he's creating weapons.
Well, I'm sure he gets paid because enchanted weaponry in most fantasy settings is fairly costly, so he probably gets paid pretty well as a blacksmith, but he is still basically a glorified elven blacksmith in this context. So
right, but
okay.
Again, he's still. He mentioned that he created weapons for champions, which means he creates basically legendary weapons, and most of the time, those things aren't really. No one commissions those or pays for them. They're more
rarely. So he probably gets like one job a year and has to live off of it for the rest of the year.
Yeah.
Assuming that he lives in a town where a bunch of champions quest a lot, which from the sound of it seems like the case. Anyway, candy canes.
Candy canes.
Through this roof, you hear me?
I'm sure he didn't mean it.
I did mean it, Mom. Santa is a dark wizard who has enslaved the race of elves.
No, you're wrong. You take that back.
We don't have to talk politics.
Santa is a good man. He gave us dignity and he gave us jobs, all right? You can learn a thing or two from him, like how.
Or now that you mention it. No, I'm kidding. But I could easily see a setting where Santa was like a dark wizard and was secretly like enslaving a bunch of elves. That'd be an interesting companion to something like Krampus or something, but yeah. Interesting story idea for later, but candy canes.
Sorry, I think I sneezed out a bit of brain there. Oh god, that hurts so much. I think I developed a headache.
Oh no.
Oh boy. But I also want to point out the fact that that topic is apparently so big enough that it's considered politics. That Santa could be a dark elf, not dark wizard.
A dark wizard.
Yeah.
Although in this universe, assuming that like the little domestic Dolby elves can like ascend to she status, it is somewhat dark, perhaps, that he keeps them all in like domestic worker mode instead of letting them ever ascend to higher ranks or statuses. So I imagine the elf who left home and found out he could ascend probably is a little bit anxious about that.
Right. Also, it makes me think, like, what type of politics do the Christmas elves have? You know?
I imagine that the older elves are probably nostalgic for the days where they just made like handmade wooden toys, and they don't really like all this plastic and technology and electronic stuff, and then the newer elves specialize in like technology, and then somewhere, because somebody had to deal with the young Dalton of this universe, there must be a magic specialist elf that prefers to just give kids cool actual shit instead of bothering with toys. Because ever since I was like 13, I got like incense and wands and all sorts of magical supplies and books and stuff for Christmas. So in this universe, there must have been an elf that specialized in that.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Moving on.
Candy canes.
Yep.
Oh, it's all right. You could learn a thing or two from him, like how to make a wooden train for one, or a dolly. I bet you can't even do a merry jig, huh? Huh? Can you do a merry jig?
See, I told you.
Terrestrial? Huh? You know the song.
Traditionalist elf wanting to go back to the days where they made wooden toys. I told you.
Yeah, this is definitely just a classic. Oh wow, you left. I didn't even notice.
Oh dear.
Sorry about that.
I thought you were being particularly quiet because I would have thought that you would have had something to say to some of the stuff I said, but.
Oh, sorry. I thought you guys heard me when I said be right back. Sorry about that. What did you say?
No, we didn't.
Oh, what did you say, Brainstormer?
Well, I was just saying, like, this is like a typical spat between like a child who comes home for the holidays and the parents and stuff. Dalton had a lot of things to say.
Yeah, because should we back it up so we can explain to him kind of the train of thought we went down?
Yeah, I guess.
About them saying like don't talk about politics, and then we wondered what elf politics were. I have a theory.
Right. Okay.
Candy canes.
Hold on. I'm pulling it back to best my done.
Right.
Okay.
Miss Roof, you hear me?
I'm sure he didn't mean it.
I did mean it, Mom. Santa is a dark wizard
No.
who has enslaved the race of elves.
No, you're wrong. You take that back.
We don't have to talk politics.
Santa is a good man. He gave us dignity and he gave us jobs, all right? You could learn a thing or two from him, like how to make a wooden train for one, or a dolly. I bet you can't even do a merry jig, huh?
So Brainstormer asked me what I thought elf politics would be. And I said, well, I'm sure you'd have some of the like old school traditionalist elves wanting to go back to the days where they made like wooden toys and stuff. And then you'd have the younger elves specializing in like electronic stuff. And then somewhere there must have at least been one elf that specialized in magic stuff, because from the age of like 13, that's what I got for Christmas mostly. So that's probably what elf politics was, and then the video went on to confirm basically that that's what he was talking about, which I thought was funny. He went on the elves don't make wooden trains anymore rant that I was kind of expecting, honestly. I'm both surprised and impressed that they went there.
Yeah. And again, I was just more of the whole, like, even though like this is like kind of the whole, it's played up higher because elves and stuff and all that. This is very much just a stereotypical like kid comes home for the holidays.
The kid with some ambition goes away to college, comes home changed, and has to deal with his parents being all old-timey and traditional and folksy and not really understanding his new way of doing things. Well,
I will say the mom does seem to be trying, which respect.
Yeah, which is probably also accurate to how most of this goes, because I can tell you that when I told my dad I wanted to study philosophy, his first and only question was, how do you make money at that?
I mean, to be fair,
and
that's
we
a
never
legitimate
talked
question.
Yeah, and then when I explained to him, he didn't bother to follow up. He didn't bother to ask any more questions like, "Why are you going into that?" Yada yada yada. It's like my happiness or ability to go a day without shooting myself never really crossed his mind. It was only ever the money, and then once the money question was done, he never bothered to ask about it ever again, which is a member on the long list of issues that I've had with my dad over the years.
Again, I thought I was dark.
Trust me, if you've ever met my dad, or actually, I think I've told you some of the stories about things that my dad has done over the years. Like,
Dalton goes from 0 to 100 real quick.
Yeah, he really is. What did I say once before? You are an over dramatic bitch.
yes,
Which
I know.
isn't really, which isn't really saying much because you were a drama kid. So
I only was in drama 1 year, but yes, I probably would have gone more years if I had known we had a drama club. And the ironic thing is, in the play that we were in, it was kind of it was a murder mystery that actually took place at a theater house, and so I had to literally play the over the top Shakespearean actor. I was playing a character who was an over the top, up his own ass Shakespearean type actor.
So just you.
And
You
yes,
played
it was
yourself.
probably typecasting. Shut up.
You played yourself?
Yes, probably. To some degree.
Some degree, okay.
Well, they're all.
I mean, the character's name was different slightly, and um, how he acted kind of depended on the ending of the play, because the cool thing we did, because we didn't have that many people in the actual drama class, so we couldn't have like a play that had a big cast or anything. What we did was a play that was called Three Doors to Death, and it was a murder mystery that took place in a theater in Universe. But it was also a multiple choice ending play where the audience got to decide who they thought the murderer was.
All right, I'll be right back, you guys.
And depending on depending on how the play ended, I could have been the murderer. But of course, I tried to convince the audience that I was the murderer the whole time. But I never got to play my big speech at the end of cackling evil. I would have enjoyed playing the "Yes, I killed him and I'll do it again" speech, but I never got to.
Well, I guess we're kind of waiting for Corrupt.
Yeah. Yeah. But I played the character as kind of an asshole either way, so I don't really know why no one thought my character was the murderer, but nah. Maybe they just all knew me well enough to know I'd go on a big melodramatic speech if I got picked to be the murderer, and nobody wanted that. Which is sort of hurtful, but not entirely unexpected.
Yep.
I feel like I should sing to fill the void, but I don't know what to sing. Obviously, it should be something Christmassy, but nothing is springing to mind.
I do have to wonder though, with like the son who's the fantasy elf, and well, the fantasy elf son has a fantasy elf name, while the Christmas elf parents have very Christmas elf names. So
So
Did
did they name him that, or did he change his name and or more likely within the context of Fae culture, did he earn a new
Hello?
name and that's why he looks different?
Yo, what up, man?
What's up? What did I miss?
Hello, Cadet.
We were just passing time, and like I asked, how like the fantasy elf has a fantasy elf name, right? But his parents, the Christmas elves, have Christmas elf names.
Yeah.
Was he born with the fantasy elf name, or did he change it?
Then I was saying how in Fae culture, it's probably more likely that he earned a new name, and that's actually why he looks different, because he acquired a new name.
Or Dalton is reaching because he wants it to make sense to himself.
Derry Dinkle was my slave name. My free name is Ferdolfa. I don't know.
Sandro, I believe is his name.
Toriel.
I
think.
My free name is Sandro.
The fantasy elf name that came to mind when you were saying that, corrupt, was what was it? Everdawn, I think.
Everdawn, exactly. My free name is Everdawn. I'm a free elf now.
Is there people that actually think that kind of stupid shit?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be mean about it because I've actually had trans friends, but most trans people are very sensitive about their dead names, quote unquote.
No, I'm talking about like the whole slave name thing. Because I feel like that's an actual thing people have said.
Yes, that is an actual thing people have said, particularly among Black nationalists. If they think their name is too white, they'll change it.
I mean, to be fair, I have a white name. I'm not gonna say it here, obviously. Just
right.
I will say this: it is unconventional that it isn't spelled like the typical way it is. It is said.
There we go.
Or written, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
All right, I'm good.
Okay. Shall we move it along then? Candy canes?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah.
Huh? Can you do a merry jig? Can you, Telario? Huh? You know the song. Tra-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la. We are Santa's elves. Tra-la-la-la-la-la-la-la. We are Santa's elves.
I honestly feel bad. Like, I feel bad for the son, really.
Yeah, to be fair, every variety of Fae, pretty much almost to a entity, is known for dancing. So he probably can outdance both of them. That's probably something he got better at as he moved up the ladder there.
Okay.
Yeah.
But again, like, I feel bad for the son because it's like
this is embarrassing.
That, and also his dad's being kind of a fucking dick.
Yeah, this is something that is common to kids who come home from college to visit their parents. I didn't have to deal with it because by that time Well, actually, my dad has basically almost never lived with us, but that's neither here nor there. And my stepdad was more understanding than my dad, but still kind of a dick. But that's neither here nor there either. The only thing is that the only thing that made kind of a culture clash between me and my mom was, because I had a bunch of friends who were trans, I was more lenient about the pronoun thing.
Oh, that's true.
But I think we kind of eventually came to terms with that.
I don't know. When it comes to trans people, yes, I can see pronouns, but when people who aren't trans do it, it just comes.
Yeah, when the transgenders show up, but it's like
Right,
I identify as attack helicopter.
Oh,
This comes off as virtue signaling when non-trans people do it.
Yeah.
I used to have someone I considered a friend who, in retrospect, he had almost textbook narcissistic personality disorder, and they trans-trended like fuck. And the more his at the time he identified as a he, the more his friends encouraged him, the more petty and narcissistic and manipulative he got. And eventually, I suggested we do a podcast about comics because he was originally the head of the president of our comic book club on campus. So
Yeah.
I suggested that he and I do a comic book based podcast together about obscure superheroes. And he insisted the first one should be Superman. And I was like, bitch, the idea was to spotlight obscure superheroes. You literally cannot get less obscure than Superman. And we argued about it, and they kept saying really, really stupid shit about how I had a victim complex about how obscure Doctor Strange was because I used Doctor Strange as an example. Because of course I would use Doctor Strange as the example of an obscure character because this was before 2016 and so the movie hadn't come out yet and stuff. And he accused me of having a victim complex about my characters, and I'm like, because most of the characters that I care about are more obscure certainly than Superman. And well, actually at this point I believe they identified as they. But they stopped being my friend over this argument because after the argument, I felt bad, and so I posted, now comes the part where I micromanage my every thought for the next 3 weeks because I feel bad for having this argument. But at least I came out ahead anyway. And apparently using the phrase came out ahead in regards to this argument was really triggering to them for some reason, as though that is a wrong thing to do in an argument or something. I don't know.
They sound hypersensitive.
Like I still to this day don't even understand why the phrase "at least I came out of this argument ahead" triggers her so much, or them. I don't know. I guess because it made it sound like I was claiming victory and that I insinuated that they were wrong, but they were definitively wrong. We were going to do a superhero based podcast about obscure superheroes, and the first one they came out with was Superman, and I calmly tried to explain like 3 times that doesn't fit with the idea of the podcast.
Was she really a transgender?
Yes. And I am convinced some variation on narcissism because you disagreed with them once and you were all of a sudden out of.
Alright, I'm gonna be a dick. I don't give a fuck about their pronouns if they're transgender.
I mean, I still do because there's a part of me that still remembers back when they were a more stable individual and weren't quite as narcissistic, and I those were good times, and that version of them was a good person. But it seems like the more confident they got with who they were as a person, the worse they ended up treating people, including the people that encouraged them to come out as gender fluid to begin with. Ahem.
That's you're a really good guy, Dalton.
Because before this, he had been very, very depressed, and he was a genuinely awesome guy. Like, he knew everything there was to know about comics. He could geek out with the best of them. He was really nice and everything, but he was cripplingly depressed. So of course, me and most of the rest of our comic book club were like, yes, you totally should come out if that's how, you should change your identity if that's how you feel and you're, miserable and suicidal and whatnot. So they did, and then when they became more confident in their own skin, they used that as an excuse to become oblivious to anything they've ever done wrong and become more and more and more petty about every little thing, to the point where if you disagreed with them once over even something as simple as, no, you idiot, Superman is not an obscure character. If we're going to do a podcast about obscure characters, we should actually focus on obscure ones. Then apparently you can be defriended from them.
My opinion is like far more cynical of that situation. Like, they're probably that way the entire time, but when you have low self-esteem and you feel bad, like,
people are more willing to excuse the little issues.
Exactly. Pretty much, and people are willing to like to treat you with more sympathy and like compassion because like you're going through a whole lot. But when you gain confidence, you just kind of toss people away because like you're always kind of a petty asshole.
Yeah.
I'm so cynical.
It's probably true, but at the same time, I choose to remember the good times more so than the bad ones, and I feel sorry for who they are now, because the person I met originally was at least looked like a decent person, and it seems like encouraging their neuroses might have actually ruined them, and I kind of feel somewhat guilty for having encouraged them.
You're a good person, Dalton.
I wouldn't go that far, but thank you. Anyway, we should get off of this topic and actually finish the video. Candy canes.
I think a rainstorm. I fell asleep.
What? I think I might have actually, like, for a brief second there.
Sorry. Didn't mean to bore you.
No, I've been up since like 5 a.m. today.
Ah, okay. Anyway, candy canes.
No, 3 a.m.
Damn. No more you're tired. Anyway, candy canes before Brainstormer falls asleep.
Candy canes.
Let's not do this.
What? Come on, you're an elf. Start acting like one.
I don't think it's a mystery that I have never enjoyed jigging.
No, you didn't, did you? You never cared for jigging. It was always the ancient magic this or the secret lore that. You couldn't just be a normal elf.
Whoa.
Okay, so my theory basically confirmed then?
Yeah.
That he left to pursue, like, essentially attainment, and then got risen through the ranks and eventually became a quote-unquote fantasy elf. Good for him,
Again,
man.
I'm just
He seems like the kind of entity I would get along with.
again, this is again stereotypical. Honestly, this seems somewhat like a Hallmark movie of like a gay son deal.
Okay, so,
Yeah, like kid goes away to college, discovers that he's been gay, returns far more flamboyant than when he left, and the parents are thinking the college must have corrupted him. Blah blah blah.
I wouldn't
Which-
say flamboyant, but at the very least, his parents know he's gay, and I feel like the mother is understanding and
is
caring.
more open and out than he was when he was in high school, at least.
Yeah.
it's kind of like Dalton coming out, you know.
My mom knew before anyone did, or my mom and my brothers knew before anyone did. I still can't get up the courage to mention it to any of the people I had crushes on in high school. I wish I had the balls, to be honest with you, but I don't.
All
I
right.
already have enough guilt issues from bullshit I did in high school from just being a loner. I don't need to add. Also, by the way, that weird kid who was constantly by himself and alone and shit, he was gay, and that means he was probably checking you out in the locker room during gym
Got
class.
craving for the cock.
Yeah, we didn't have any of that in my high school. Not to my
I
knowledge,
think
at
you
least.
might be surprised.
Not to my knowledge, just because, like, to be fair, I didn't care. I was too busy doing schoolwork.
Yeah.
Granted, I wasn't. I mean, I did have to do summer school, so I wasn't doing schoolwork that great.
Well, there's no shame in that. I had to go to summer school a couple times too.
Well, no, it was for like algebra 2.
Ah.
This is for algebra. All right.
I just barely
Or-
passed algebra, but it wasn't because I couldn't do the math. It was because I refused to show the work on paper because my hand would fucking cramp up after all the writing I would have to do. And then half the time the teacher couldn't even read it because my penmanship was so bad. So eventually I was just like, look, I can do this in my head much faster than I can write it all out. And I could just tell you how I got there. Is that at all possible? I think eventually she said yes, but up until that point I had like a 77 or something in algebra.
You know, if you have a D now, like when I was in high school, if you at least kept a D plus, you were passing.
I think
That's
by
how
high school we had switched over to number grades, but letters.
Oh, where I'm from, we still did letter grades. Everything else I did rather well in like A's and B's, but it was like the math subjects. I sucked. Like, to be fair, like
I
most
will
of
be right
the
back again.
Okay.
most of the most of the math classes I had were like in the early morning, so I was like still waking up and tired. So sometimes I like. You ever have that thing where like you're tired and like you're technically asleep, but you can hear everything?
Yep.
Basically, that happened all the time when I went to class.
Mm-hmm.
It's a pain in the ass. Yeah, I did a whole month going to summer school.
Damn.
I would have done the whole month, but I finished it all up the day before the last day of summer school. So, yay.
Mm-hmm.
God, I hated school. Still do, actually.
I hated homework. My thinking was if you want us to do other work, then have us do it in class. Like, I don't even care if you keep us for an extra 2 hours, but I don't want Like as soon as I walk through the door of my home, I am done.
Actually, I didn't mind homework all that much. Granted, most of the time I wouldn't do it the night of. I would actually do it in school before any class started. Most of the time, or when I have free time with a class that's coming up, I would just do the homework there.
I tried to do mine in tutorial, but there was always more homework than I could manage to do in tutorial. It fucking irritated me. Because I was always exhausted when I got home from school. Just from all the walking, never mind all the actual work.
But yeah, like I said, like this does come across as a bit of a Hallmark kind of deal with this sketch.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's in a good or a bad way. Like I think it's in like it's so bad that it's good, like The Room kind of deal.
Right. Yeah.
Because I laughed a bit when I first watched this before, like I suggested putting it on
Yeah.
here.
Could be worse. We could be watching the Lifetime movie version. Turns out the son was abused the whole time.
Well, what kind of abuse we're talking here?
Have you never seen a Lifetime movie?
No, what kind of abuse though? That's are we talking psychological, emotional?
That's why I asked you if you've ever seen a Lifetime movie. Because if you've ever seen a Lifetime movie, you know the answer is always D. All of the above.
That's so stupid. I mean, like, don't get me wrong. I'm sure
Lifetime movies, Lifetime original movies are basically fear porn.
Yeah. Okay, I'm making a slight prediction here.
Mm-hmm.
I think the father is somewhat envious of his son.
I mean, it would be an interesting angle if he were, but I think it's just more that the dad is supposed to be the like hyper traditionalist parent. It's supposed to be what the joke is there, or the point, or what have you. The subtext that would.
Oh, fuck. My back.
What happened?
I was stretching and I think I popped something. Like a muscle. I think I popped a muscle instead of a bone. Oh, shit. Ow.
I wish I was physically there right now because I'm usually really good at putting people back into alignment.
Somehow I doubt that.
It's a fringe benefit of studying chakras, okay? If you know where chakras and shit are, it becomes easier to do massages.
I just more doubt your dainty little hands can actually do anything.
Oh, fuck you. Ty Lee is dainty as well. Don't test me.
Ah. Oh, shit. It's like right at my kidney.
Ah. Mm-hmm. 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 Bend down as though you're trying to pick something off the floor. That should pop it back into place. Like physically stand up and bend over as
No,
though you're trying to.
I was already standing.
Okay, just making sure because I realized my instructions weren't that clear, but that should help.
Yeah, no, it's actually yeah. Yeah, better.
And just to make the point again, I did that without looking from a literal state away with your camera off. So there.
Yeah, don't bruise your hand, pat yourself on the back.
I'm mostly joking, but it's still like there is a part of me that's like hands folded in satisfaction right now.
Don't be egotistical, Dalton. Your head's big enough as it is.
Fair play. That actually reminds me of one of the better episodes of Big Bang Theory. The one where Sheldon has the like crick in his neck and Amy advises him how to massage it properly. And he gets like over the moon about it and she just flatly says, Don't don't get too full of yourself. I could have just as easily paralyzed you.
I don't. I know it's. I just okay.
Corrupt? The fuck? That was odd.
What?
I heard something like somebody moving. Sounded like Corrupt was moving through like a windy area or something. Unless that was you moving. I don't think so. Grupp must be dealing with something crazy today.
Ah,
You're back again?
that's me.
No, I was asking, that
I'm
sounded
back.
like you were groaning because your back hurt again.
I'm finally back.
What up?
Hello?
Hi. Yeah. Wait. Can you hear us?
Anybody me?
Yeah. I can hear you.
Yeah, we're good.
How much longer we got? Because I'm kind of running on fumes right now.
You're not the only one. I don't know. About a minute left. Minute 40, I think.
Okay.
Alright.
So anyway, candy canes.
Yep.
Normal elf.
Whoa, okay. Hold up. What is a normal elf to you?
I'm a normal elf.
That's super racist.
Hmm? Oh, I guess everything's racist now.
High elves, North Pole elves, wood elves, blood elves, drow,
No,
fairy.
you get out. You get out. You hear me? Get out. Go back to your roots and your tree spirit.
Okay, so you're his parents. One would assume if you were racist against a high she, you would have been harsher to him by now. Unless my theory is correct and he did physically change himself because the physiology or whatever it is that whatever the energetic equivalent of physiology is changes in Fae when they accrue power. Usually through
Dalton.
bargains.
Hey, Dalton.
Yes.
No one gives a shit.
I know that. That's why I have to.
You're just overanalyzing, man. It's. Oh, sorry. This is like it's the whole thing.
I know
man.
you're tired. I know. It's sorry. Anyway, candy canes.
Yep.
Joke's on you, Dad, because runes and tree spirits kick ass.
No, it's weird. It's weird. You should be offended by that.
I'm going to see what my high school friends are up to. I received a message from Chad and T-Bone by Raven that they were going to hang out at Cumbies later and do whippets.
No, they're at the workshop. They're at the workshop where you should be too.
All right.
Why the names so normal? I can't.
It's a joke, man. Come on.
I know, but it's still like what? Candy canes.
Yep.
I think I'm just going to get my bow and head out.
Telario, please stay. You only just got here. I'm sure Jingle's sorry.
I'm not.
Before I go, a single gift in parting. The flower of the sun at dawn. May it shine a light for you when all seems lost.
I got nothing.
Yeah, that's cool. Well
That's a neat
well
effect.
done. Well done, you ascended elf there. Candy canes.
Yep.
Merry Christmas.
Oh, you didn't even wrap it.
God damn it! This is something I've seen before. I've never had this happen to me because, let's be honest, my family is not stereotypical.
Uh-huh.
But holy shit, parents are like those type of parents are never fucking satisfied.
Yeah, at that point I would just be like, a curse on you, a curse on this house, a curse on the rest of our family line, and fuck off, please. Because, I mean, the man, or the elf, fucking grew a flower from the light of dawn, which basically does confirm my theory that he is a summer elf now. And is asshole dad still not happy? I can get it, but it's still like, dude. I imagine the father elf is not getting none from his wife today or later that night.
To be fair, I think that aggression is. Yeah, I'll be honest. I think that aggression mostly comes from him never getting it.
That is also possibly true.
How old is his son? Because that's probably how long he hasn't gotten any. It's a joke. Okay, you don't actually have to answer.
Yeah, probably centuries though.
That is a terrible case of blue balls.
Yeah, especially given how much elves like to fuck in the lore.
That's probably just rotted off from the amount of. It just fell off because he just hasn't gotten any in so fucking long.
Right. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna call it because it is. Been at this for a little over 4 hours. Holy shit! So with that, folks, I want to say goodbye, adios, aloha, auf Wiedersehen, sayonara, peace, cheers, and
have a happy post-holiday fuck off.